Hello. Silence.
Which door to the residence is this?
That is the front door.
The item that appears to be on the floor mat, was that ultimately collected by you?
No, it was only
How about now?
documented.
It was photographed by you.
That's
Hi, Mallory. Hi, Disney Mom. Hi, ex Derek. Hi, Margarita. Hi, Miss Kit. Miss. Why did you do this to me?
Is this the
Crit
item
Kit?
that was
Is that what it
located
is?
on the floor mat?
Hi,
Yes,
Joette.
it is.
Hey, Nicole.
And do you recognize
Hey, Kitten Pusher. Deb.
what this is?
Deborah Rockhill.
Business
Sub
card
Rosa. Hi.
that was left by a member of the sheriff's office.
Boo, I haven't
Of
seen you in a
Barossa.
minute. I saw Boom Shicky. Lutheros. Quietly judging. Ramona. Hi, Jen. ADJ. Hi. Hey, Margie. Yeah, so I mean, I don't want to bore you with the details of what the delay was this time, but I do want you to know that it wasn't my fault. I mean, obviously it was, because what
I'm
isn't?
standing
But
just inside the front
I,
entryway, looking back towards the front.
in an overabundance of caution and diligence, which never works for me, I set up the stream this morning, and when I went back to it, to thinking everything's all set up, all hell broke loose. But here we are now. Yeah, I know, Jackie, but in my defense, I did immediately correct myself. How are we doing today, people? Just me. Happy birthday. That's awesome. I don't know if I mean, I'm very flattered that you're here with us, but I don't know if I feel good about it for you or bad, except for, I mean, we're all pretty much on the same page here. Um, hey, A to B. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Noni, I'm glad you made it. Oh, you don't know about this trial? You don't know the trial or the case? Is that what you're saying? How'd you manage that? Yeah, he hates, I mean, he's horrible, and we're going to find out. Did y'all hear, did you guys hear about the TEPE murders arrest? That couple in Ohio, the guy was a dentist and the woman had a lot of teeth, so she was perfect for him. Well, so you, Rosa, you'd have to tell us when your birthday is first. Yeah. So I do want to say something about this. You did hear about it, right, Miyagi? Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second, but before I forget, I want to make a statement here about this, what we're about to watch, the case we're about to watch. This man was a family annihilator and a horrible person. Aside from that, they usually are, though, to be fair. And he killed everyone, his wife and his 3 children, and the family dog. And that is what I want to get out of the way right now, because I know a lot of us, and myself included, are very sensitive about that. Her name was Breezy. May she rest in peace. We do not have to discuss it. The end. Yeah, her ex. So this, right, Nicole. Um, this couple in Ohio that was killed in their home, they arrested the woman's ex-husband, and they had been married years ago for like 5 months, I think. That's so sad, obviously, and so terrifying. I mean, these things, usually the suspect leads to someone pretty scary, like it's always terrifying. But of course, I mean, I'm sure we'll find out a lot about this, but I'm so curious as to, yes, in Celebration, Florida. Yeah, where they have make it snow in the winter, like one day or a few days or something. They have like a snow event because it's owned by Disney, so enough said. Yeah, I'm that way too, Boom Shicky. I'm like, I don't think I know that one. Then as soon as I start watching it, I'm like, oh yeah, I know this one. Yeah, I think he's something like a chiropractor, right? I don't know if he's a chiropractor exactly, but he's something like that. You know, he's not really a doctor, but possibly the most irritating thing about him is the way he tries to speak like a doctor. And of course, Breezy was a good girl. Come on. Too good. Okay, now I'm really not going to talk about it anymore. And I'm sorry that I'm sorry that that's the one thing about this case that everything about it is horrible. It's ridiculous that I say that, but you know, I'm very sensitive too, obviously, and I know a lot of you are too, because animals are just truly innocent. I mean, there's no good outcome here anyway. Like, I don't know, you know, dog aside. Like, I don't know if it's better if he didn't kill certain people or animals or if he just did. I just don't trust him to do it quickly and properly. Hey, Nicole C. Physical therapist. Yes, something like that. Exactly. I think he has a fancy name for it, but you know, he's a masseuse and not even. Hey, Jolly. Yes, that Disney town is some weird shit. Yeah, right. Um, and interesting little fun fact that I think a lot of people know is that his father made an attempt on his mother's life when he was growing up. So, yeah. I mean, I feel like physical therapists usually are uh, not as morbidly obese as he was at the time of his arrest, but I don't know that many of them, it's true. Right, exactly, Noni. They had the Tepes, maybe, had been divorced for 10 years. That's so scary that someone could, that's the scary thing about people like this, is, you know, they seem to go dormant, but they're not, or it comes back. I think they're probably just really, you know, they're obsessing, but clearly he had not moved on. And wow. So terrible. Hey, Barry Adams. Yeah, I know. Right, they had a place in Connecticut and one in Florida. And he had a lot of, insurance fraud going on. He was in a lot of trouble because on top of being a general piece of shit, he was also a criminal. Boom Shicky. Something went awry, also totally my fault, with the whipped cream vodka situation, which I'll tell you about later. It's so interesting. It's not a long story. Hey, Beaches. Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's very gross. So disgusting what he looks like. So I have the trial. Boom Chicky. I'll tell you now, and then we'll start watching the trial, which is what we're here for. I told you I wanted to get the whipped cream flavored vodka, but of course, even though, as I said, most of the uh, liquor stores here are pretty serious. Like they don't have like weird, like fancy, like kind of fun stuff, which is fine by me. However, mine, of course, did not have like the Stoli or whatever it is, the absolute flavored, whatever the one is that's just vodka with the flavor, like infused. They had something called Pinnacle or something already bad. And I could tell by the alcohol content that it was 30%, that there's other stuff in there, like it's probably sweetened. But I was there, you know. They didn't have the other one. So I got this one figuring, knowing I would not be very fond of it, but doing it anyway. And I was right. I don't love it, but I'm drinking it, so. I tried today, went out for like an hour or two, and I tried to get the one. I went into two liquor stores. They didn't have any flavor, any that kind of flavor vodka. Hey, Cracked. Hey, Robin. Oh, did we have a whole conversation about John List the other day? Or was that just me and Margarita? It may have just been me and you, Maggie. I don't remember. Oh, really, Jackie? Interesting. It's funny. I never saw it before. I mean, I never looked for it before, too. Wow. Interesting. So I have the trial at the spot where there's this. She's an investigator. I think she did the crime scene, whatever. And I remember her. I I remember just something about her. I like the way she looks. I like the way she sounds. Um, and this is kind of where things get interesting. Also, the prosecutor here, who Anthony Tote obviously does not like, but really doesn't like, and feels no need not to show it, is very good. She kind of reminds me of, is her name Kappelman? The one in the, um, Georgia, I think, is her first name, the one in the Adelson trial. Um, right, exactly, Nicole. We don't have malls. We don't have. It's such a strange thing because we have so many more things, seemingly like there's nothing you can't get in the city. It's true, and we're exposed to so many more things. Like it's such a rich cultural city and city that never sleeps. We have everything, but we don't have a lot of the things that literally everyone else in the country has. We don't have drive-throughs, we don't have malls, things like that. Anything that requires space, really. Um, so right, so I like this prosecutor and Georgia Kappelman, right, the DA, exactly. That's what I thought her name was, right? Isn't that what I said? Anyway, she reminds me of her, but they look totally different. And so this is the state making their case.
Door.
You'll let me know how the sound is and everything.
And is there a room to your right as you're standing?
Yes, there is.
Is this the room to the right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, malls are overrated, especially now.
As you move further into the residence, what's the next room?
On the
Hi,
other
Rob.
side,
Yeah, he's a
directly
winner, all
across from
right.
that dining area, or from
I
that
picked a
living
good
room
picture of
space,
him.
is
You
a
know how I
formal
like to
dining
do
room.
that.
This is photograph. You see the entrance to the formal dining room in this photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the area that's going to be on the left-hand side of this photo?
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. It's actually the second time I put that out because there was kind of an issue with that last one something was bothering me in it. It was a sound
Where
thing.
exactly are you standing in this
I'm
photograph?
glad you liked it.
I'm
I like it too.
standing just inside the entrance near the dining room area.
And what is the room that you can partly see that's directly across from the dining room?
That was a room that was set up what appeared to be a playroom with like toys and books.
All right, ex Derek is ready to party. We've got a birthday. We've got ex Derek. We're good to go. Yeah, they took over everything, Sub Rosa, Amazon. So many stores closing, and I mean, I would like to actually go shopping, but none of the stores have anything, or it's all locked up here.
The key that's pictured in this photograph, did you later
Hey,
determine
Forever.
what that key went to?
Yes.
What did that key go to?
A Honda Odyssey van.
Ultimately, did you
Let's
process
get this
the
party
Honda
started quickly,
Yes, I did.
right? Is that Lakeisha I see? Hi, Lakeisha.
This is photograph LLC. What room are we looking at in this photograph?
That room would be what I previously indicated as the playroom.
And is there a couch in this room?
Yes, so the
Hey,
left side
friggin'
of the
Pope.
photo, that's a couch.
Downstairs, did you locate any other room that was set up like this particular room?
No, I did not.
Exactly. Set it off to the left, y'all. Set it off. To the
Is the
left.
couch that is located in the room that you were just referring to?
Yes, it is.
Is this that formal dining room that was to the right of the front door?
Yes, it is.
The small opening that's for the door, where does that lead to?
That is a short hallway that leads to the kitchen.
And when you immediately go through that walkway, what is to the left?
There's like a small recessed area in the wall with like a countertop.
Hey, Tabby, I didn't see you
Is
before.
the area that you're just speaking of.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is how it appeared when you first arrived.
Yes.
Did you look inside of these packages?
Yes, I did.
Did you photograph the inside of these packages?
Hi, Betty.
Yes, I did.
What did you locate inside these packages?
Mostly children's toys.
Were any of the toys wrapped? Were any of the objects wrapped?
Yes, they were.
What type of wrapping paper?
I believe it was a red wrapping paper, Christmas wrapping paper.
This is LL41. Is this inside one of those boxes?
Yes.
And this is how the contents of the box was wrapped, correct?
That's correct.
I think it's just me's birthday. Someone who just asked, I think. Should I play this faster? I mean, I had thought of it for a second. Might be a good idea. Oh, God.
Inside another one of those boxes.
Yes.
What about this photograph?
That is the contents of another box.
As you progress through the hallway, where does it lead to?
To the kitchen.
This is what that.
Is ex Derek groped?
There also a laundry room near this area.
Yes.
Aw, Mallory. That's cute.
Is this in the laundry room?
Yes, it is.
Or you haven't been groped. Well, you never. Don't worry, it might happen. I'm going to put this on a little faster, right? Because it's kind of slow moving. And this is, I don't know if we want to. So I went in today and watched, started watching this and looked at some other stuff, including some crime scene photographs. And I mean, nothing brutal, just, Oh, you had a bad
When I
experience.
initially
It's not
arrived,
funny,
I
whatever
was
that
told
experience was in
that the
Clearwater,
power
I'm
was not
sure.
on.
Clearwater, Florida. But now I see why there was a connection being made there. Thank you for clarifying, Derek.
While I was there waiting for the search warrants, it had been turned on.
I see. So much like George Torres, this is forever. Wanda has taken it upon herself to put it at 3 times speed.
I'm standing in the kitchen.
And this drawer is this a drawer that you had pulled out?
Yes, it
This
is.
is 1.5. Let me know.
A trash can.
Also, I have to say this state prosecutor, whose name I don't know, is very, very good, as I mentioned earlier, and she's really sexy from the neck down. Not, as ex Derek will attest to, as I always say, a little blush never killed anyone, and she's a good example of that. And it's so weird because I'm like, if I look at her from here up, I would think like academic, spinster librarian, and from the neck down, I'm like, I mean, look at those gams and those shoes. It's just an odd combo, but let's continue. Exactly. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
What of note were you marking in the trash can?
At the bottom left of the photo near the marker, you can see a bottle of Benadryl that's upside down.
Do you have the pointer?
Yes.
Can you point to it?
Yes, it was.
Oh, was she Boo? I didn't know that. I mean, I remember her from the Stephen Stearns.
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize the writing on the outside of this package?
I do.
Is it yours?
Yes, it is.
And each time you collect something for evidence, is it marked with the unique case number that's assigned to the particular case?
Yes, it is.
And does this package appear to be in substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it on January 13th?
Yes,
What do you mean,
Did you
Miago?
ultimately also
Miagarita?
process this item?
I did.
Am I zoomed in? Right, Lilith Stern. Thank you, A to B. That's right. Very similar, except for, even Lilith wore some lipstick.
At this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states F for identification and evidence is states number 5.
Noted.
Oh, good.
Proceed to stage 5.
Correct.
How did you process this item?
I processed the item for fingerprints using a powder and chemical processing technique.
Did you do that at 202 Reserve Place or did you do that back at the sheriff's office?
I did that back at the sheriff's office in our laboratory.
Can you explain the entire process to the jury that you utilized for this particular item?
Sure. In terms of processing?
Yes.
So there's a 3-step process. Initially, the item is placed in what we call our super
Right,
supercoming
Boo.
chamber.
That I saw.
The purpose
We
of
watched
that
at one
is
point.
to
We
adhere
watched that
any
interview.
fingerprints, that are present on the item to essentially affix them to prepare it to be processed further. The next step would be to fingerprint powder the item.
Isn't she pretty? This woman. I like her looks. I love really short hair on women. I wouldn't be comfortable in it because I'm so used to putting my hair up, but I love it.
Utilizing black powder and a fingerprint brush. And the last step would be to apply a dye stain, which glows by using a specialized light source in which we can photograph the glowing of any fingerprints.
If there are fingerprints on the object, in this particular case, this bottle,
It might be zoomed in a
after
little.
fingerprints are identified, how do you store them? How do you take them?
So at the powder step, if there's a positive result, we use a clear tape. We apply the clear tape over the fingerprint that has developed, and we lift it and then apply it to what we call a fingerprint lift card. And then that lift card is placed in a manila envelope and then submitted to evidence.
When you removed this bottle from the trash can, did it have any contents inside of it?
No, it did not.
Was it completely empty?
Yes, it was.
you like the Mark States P for identification, you also recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
It's getting worse and worse. Hope you're happy now, Margarita.
Did you process more than one item that was collected for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you utilize the same process that you just went over with the jury?
Yes, I did.
And after you collected all of the fingerprint cards, if you recovered fingerprints, what did you do with them?
When I lifted them, I placed them in the manila envelope and then submitted them to our evidence unit.
Did you place all of the cards in the same envelope?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to look inside States P?
Did you want me to look at all the cards?
Can you look at what the items inside States P? If you,
Yes.
Now we can't see her at all. Yeah, once again, Margarita ruined another chat.
are all of these cards in the same condition as when you placed them in the envelope?
Yes, they are.
And you indicated that you lifted fingerprints from more than one item of evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you determine which card goes with which piece of evidence?
So on the other side of the card, there's information where you can indicate a description of where the fingerprint was lifted.
With regards to this particular bottle of Benadryl, this would be stage.
I don't even know where she is now.
5 in evidence, I'm sorry. 5 in
There
evidence.
she is.
Do you have a card that's in states P that coincides with this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
Hang
Your
on.
Honor, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states P into evidence as states number 6.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
States P as in Papa will be received as states number 6.
Are these lip cards given unique numbers to help decipher which card it is? Like within the exhibit?
No, it's just deciphered by the description.
The card that goes with this particular bottle of Benadryl, where did you remove the fingerprints from on the bottle?
There was an area on the bottle. I do not remember the specific location.
Did you notate that anywhere on the fingerprint card?
Yeah, we have a
On the
face.
fingerprint card, it just
A nice
indicates that it
face,
came from
thank
that item
God.
of evidence.
Do you recall which areas of the bottle that you
Hey, VC.
dusted for potential fingerprints?
In terms of dusting, it was the entire bottle on the exterior.
Yeah, Benadryl. I have a lot of feelings about the Benadryl thing. Also, if you were a doctor, like you keep claiming to be, you'd be able to write a prescription for something that would have done this quickly and easily.
I was standing
Asshole.
between the living room and the kitchen area.
If you're standing at the kitchen sink, can you see the living room?
Yes, you can.
Hang on a sec. Shit.
Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
In the living room area.
The straight ahead, the little window cutout, there's what appears to be 2 doors. What do those doors go to?
I'm scared to do this, actually. Okay, hang on. Never mind. I'm looking for the edge of this. Okay, here we go.
On the first floor?
Yes.
This trash can in the bathroom we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to examine the contents of the trash can?
Yes, I did.
What are the packaging? What is the packaging in the trash can for?
Like in-home scent plugins.
Ugh, gross.
Yes, from what I recall. Yes.
Okay, I think we're getting a little bit better here. Hang on.
On the banister of the stairs, there is a white bottle. Did you ultimately collect that bottle?
Yes, I did.
What was the labeling on the outside of that bottle?
Benadryl.
There is also a little white cap on the floor. What is that?
The cap to the Benadryl bottle.
The door that you can see in this photograph, where does that door lead?
That is a bedroom.
This is a slightly different angle and you can see another door. Where does that door lead?
That is also a bedroom.
As you're standing here, where is the master bedroom?
It would be right behind me in this photo.
I might have to reset this.
Which bedroom is this? The one furthest on the left, the one in the middle, or the master bedroom?
This would be the middle bedroom.
Did you find any mattresses in this bedroom?
No, I did not.
What type of clothing were you looking at?
It appeared to be boys' clothing.
Adult clothing, child clothing?
It looked like small children's clothing.
Which bedroom is this?
That would be the bedroom furthest to the left at the top of the staircase.
Did you find clothing in this bedroom?
Yes, I did. A small female's clothing.
What is of note in this photograph?
On top of this wicker basket is an empty Benadryl box. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Did you also process this box from the email company?
Yes.
How did you process it?
We processed it in the same manner as previously described with the 3-step process.
And did you recover any fingerprints that you would have put on print cards?
Yes, I did.
How many print cards did you have with regards to this specific box?
May I refer back to the print cards?
Yes. And that would be state 6 for the record.
Well, now it's so zoomed in that we can't see anything. So, you're welcome.
3 fingerprint cards.
Did you indicate where on the box you pulled fingerprints from?
On this card, I indicated that it was from the sides of the box.
Thank you, who gifted the memberships. Hang on. I can't leave you people alone for a second. Oh, Carolina, speaking of cute people who have cute doggies, thank you.
Do you recognize the packaging of that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize
Danielle.
it by my handwriting and as being the packaging that contains the empty Benadryl bottle at marker 11.
I've
Can
been
you open
behind
that packaging and take a look at the inside?
backstage fucking everything up.
Does that packaging appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it on January 13th and after your processing?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce an evidence what the New York State's G for identification of evidence.
Okay. G's and golf will be received as state 7.
Who is this? Thank you for the $2 and the don't get stressed message,
That is
but
a
I can't tell
photo
who this
of
is
the
from.
master bedroom door.
I see a cute animal here, though.
Being near the stairs?
Yes, I am.
Shit. Tell me. Hang on, I'll find out. Somehow.
It's located just inside the room behind the master bedroom
Block
door.
Island in Rhode Island? Is that what you're talking about, Barry? Oh, Suzanne, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate that, of
In
course.
this photo,
and,
this is a black and green knife.
all right, you know what, Margarita? Next time you think something's a little off, shut up. Don't tell me, all right? Thank you, Suzanne, for the gifted memberships. And bless yours, Jackie. Not sure why you say that, but maybe it's best I don't know.
That chair is located, upon entering the room, it would have been to the left back corner of the bedroom.
Okay, this is going to drive me crazy now.
Yes, it is. Yes, it was.
Oh.
I processed it.
His little girl, I mean, all the children were adorable, but his little girl was the littlest one, and she was also just happened to be an incredibly cute little girl. I love you, Miyagi, you know that.
In In that photo, I'm standing near the dresser
Friggin'
area,
Pope.
right inside the front door. Or, excuse me, the bedroom door.
Thank you. Thank you, VC. And thank you for the $20.
Ultimately,
Wow.
are you standing next to any mattresses? in this
You're
photo?
very always so
Yes,
supportive.
ma'am.
Where
I
are the
appreciate
mattresses
you.
located?
They're located near, in the previous photo where you saw that chair, those mattresses would be directly
I mean,
the
I've
side
been
of
to
the bed.
Block Island many times.
And
If it's the one in
the bed that we
Rhode
are looking
Island.
at in this photograph, what is located in this particular bed?
An adult female and a small female child.
Absolutely, Kim Calda. I feel the same way. I like her a lot, and she doesn't really say anything out of sorts, if you will, but you can just get the feeling that she knows what she's. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell considering we can only see her nose.
From the previous photo, if you were looking at the bed, that would be the left side of the bed.
And what is located on the windowsill?
On the windowsill, you can see a knife with a black handle.
Was that item collected?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, Rob.
The box itself. Does the box appear to be in?
Yeah, drama with a side of true crime. What's the drama, though? Me trying to set up the screen? Or did I miss something
Can you
else?
open stage J for identification?
It's true. And Kim Calta, you know what? Thank God for that. Sometimes when ex-Derek and Hear Me Out are like having a problem making it, live on time, I always tell them they really don't need us. Like,
Do the contents of stage J
people
appear
are
be
very
in
happy to
the
talk
last
amongst
one's
themselves.
substantially
Thank
similar?
God.
Yes.
Did you do anything with stage J after it was collected?
Right, what's
What
video?
did you do?
Well, who's
I
this now?
processed it for fingerprints, and there was also suspected blood located
Olive
on
oil,
the house.
hi.
What did you collect?
And thank you for the 5 gifted
The blood was
memberships.
collected using two
And thank
cotton
you,
tip swabs.
Carolina, for
One was
thanking her, so
moistened
I
with
saw
water
that.
And then rubbed over the stain.
How you doing, Olive Oil? We haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, Tabby, we're trying to fix it. And when Margarita says we, she means me.
Oh, gotcha. James and Juliet will be received as states 8.
I'm going to have to Google this, so behave yourselves while I'm looking it down. Oh, I have an update that Nicole sent me, actually, that I just looked at. I was going to Google how to fix this, but this just in. The actor Daniel Stern, of Home Alone fame, was cited for soliciting prostitution over the holidays. There you go. Alrighty.
Is this that same side of the bed?
Yes, it is.
What is of note in this photograph?
In this photo, you can see an additional black knife sheath.
Did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
We're talking about Julia Child?
What was that evidence marker correlating with?
A white Benadryl bottle.
Did that Benadryl bottle stay on the nightstand prior to your collection of it?
No, it did not.
Is soliciting prostitution really true
Upon
crime,
the arrival
though?
of the
I
medical
mean,
examiner,
technically, I
attempting
guess
to
it
maneuver
is.
the bottles. The
But
bodies. The bottle was
not until you kill a
bumped and it fell to the
prostitute
ground
do we
under
show
the bed.
that.
Yes, I do.
Did you collect that bottle?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm purchasing it. Is the packaging of this item in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Can you open the packaging content? Does the content of this package contain the bottle that you collected from this residence?
Yes, it does. Yes, it is.
Objection. And receiving member will be received as states 9.
Did you also process states 9 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you utilize the same processing procedure that you previously explained?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify any fingerprints on this particular
Yeah,
bottle?
you're right. They could,
For the
Lakeisha,
fingerprints.
but they're too lazy. And they don't care about the health of women and, you know. They could make a lot of money, would be my guess.
No.
It does make good gossip,
This is
Kim Carlton.
That is at the foot of the bed.
And it appears that there are various items located on this ottoman.
That's correct.
Did you examine what these items on this ottoman?
I do not recall.
This is just
That
amazing.
would be
No
the
matter
right
what
side
I
of
do
it,
here, I
opposite
can't.
Of the other side that you have already seen.
There is a blanket under the nightstand. Did you look further into that blanket?
Yes.
What did you locate within that blanket?
A deceased dog.
Ah! No. Nope. No. We're going to fast forward a little bit. That was the end of that one anyway. Let's pick it up back here. Okay.
Yes.
Does the packaging appear to be in a substantially or similar does the packaging appear to be in substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
No objection.
States I will be received as states 11.
I'm approaching the witness.
Please don't kill prostitutes and put them in, shove them in your trunk, or at all.
Yes, I did.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately show the residence as you documented it on January 13th, the residence being 202B Reserve Place?
Yes.
I would imagine that prostitution would have a very high luxury tax, but perhaps I've said too much.
MM is in Mike. You received as states 12.
Yeah, I have a friend who, she's not really a madam, but she worked for some kind of agency, and she also filed her taxes. Party planner. Yeah. I think this one was some, I think she was also, would
It was
put
on the
that she was
opposite
in
side.
entertainment. Oh, hi, Danielle. Danielle and I have had a very good time in the last few days.
Is this the front door to 202B?
Yes, it is.
Immediately proceeding to the front door, are you upstairs?
Yes.
I don't know, friggin' Pope. You tell me. All right, I'm still working on this.
from 202B, what types of things did you collect?
It was mostly electronics, like laptops, phone, computer tower.
Was there also a city trash can or a county trash can that was located outside of the 202B?
Yes, there was.
When you first located this trash can, is that where it was located or was it located somewhere else?
No, that's where it was located.
Where is the road in relation to this trash can?
The road would be here.
Did you empty the trash can?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I think I may.
What kind of items did you locate in this can?
There was a bottle of Waldrill, 2 packages of Benadryl, and I believe there was 2 more packages of Waldrill as well.
I think I may have fixed it. Hang on.
Cover that you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
You took several bottles or boxes of Benadryl or similar type substance into evidence while you were on residence.
That's correct.
Were they all empty?
Yes.
Did you locate any Benadryl bottle or pill pack or box that contained any Benadryl?
No, I did not.
Ah, I think we're there. I think we got it.
I handed you what's been marked states B for identification. Do you recognize the packaging?
I do.
Yes, this is it. This is correct.
That packaging reflecting your handwriting on this agency case number?
Yes, it is.
Can you open that package and examine the contents?
Yes.
I look up to the chat and Sub Rose is saying, we need a giant wood chipper. Oh, VC, if only he were making meth.
What do you recognize the contents of that package to be?
The items that
He
are recovered out
was-
of that trash can outside of 202B.
When you say items, are you referring to the
He was using Benadryl to basically sedate everyone in the house so that he could go ahead and do what he felt he had to do. He also claims to have tried to kill himself with Benadryl, and my favorite part of that is that he switched to the children's because it tastes better.
empty Benadryl packaging?
Yes, Benadryl and Waldrill.
Happy you
And that was in
asked?
the same or substantially similar condition as the last time I saw it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we did it. Mom fixed the fax machine. Exactly.
These and Delta will be received as stage 13.
Did you also process the packaging that's included in states 13 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
And did you recover any fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
How many latent print cards did you
Yeah,
recover
to
from
incapacitate
states
his
13?
victims,
Relating the
aka his whole family.
And did you package those with state 6 that we reviewed earlier today?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were finished at 202 Reserve Place and 202B Reserve Place, where did you go next?
211 Longview.
Would that have been the condo that was around the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document your findings in the condo at 211 Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, this is who you're calling Morrissey? Interesting.
Have you, Ms. Seda, had an opportunity to look at states NN previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states NN fairly and accurately depict
She's
the
so
photographs
pretty,
that
I
you
think.
took of 211 Longview Avenue, apartment 9306 on January 13th?
Is ex Derek still
Yes.
here? I have a question for him that's not important at all. Yeah, I don't know how you did either, Tappy. It's wow. I mean, also because a lot of people covered it.
November will be received as stage 14.
Yeah, he's very baby Huey. This is the judge, by the way, and this his final statement, sentencing statement, or whatever they call it, to Anthony Todt reminds me. It always comes to mind when I'm thinking about Sarah Boone. It's very good. Yeah, isn't her hair great? I love it.
Yes. Yes.
What was the card that was on the floor mat?
That was a similar card that was similar to what was at 202 Reserve Place.
When you say card, are you referring to a business card from somebody at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
He did not use a wood chipper. He killed his whole family, 3 children, and his wife,
Where are you
and a
standing when you
pet,
took this photograph?
In that
and
photo, I was standing in
claims
the
to
living
have
room.
spent the rest of the 2
Where
weeks
is
while
the front
living
door located in this photograph?
2 weeks while living in the home with the dead bodies. He claims to have been spending that time trying to kill himself. But guess what? He was unable
The
to.
front door would have been
And
over,
oh shit, a
I
little
believe, in this area here.
side note is that his father, when he was a kid, attempted to murder his mother. So
This is, how many bedrooms was this condo?
2.
This is one of the bedrooms of the condo?
That's right. Yes, it is.
yeah, wow. Hey Gigi, I was wondering where you've been.
Yes, it was.
Yes, Mr. Wonderful and Mr. Know-It-All. Exactly. Gigi, I
That I do not recall.
subscribe to your channel. Even though I don't even know who has a channel and wants people to subscribe to it, but
After documenting 211 Longview Avenue, were you made aware of the location of a minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document the location of the minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching the witness. Ms. Seda, have you had an opportunity to previously review the photographs in States 00?
yeah, it does sound like a
These
nice
photographs
case. I don't know if I know
accurately
that
depict the
one.
location of the van as you saw it on January 13th of 2020.
Hey,
Yes, I
Margot.
do. Objection.
00 will be received as states 15.
Okay, I had to put my drink down to fix that screen thing, so
Okay.
I'm a little out of sorts, or not out of sorts enough. Margot's Mies. That's cute, yeah.
Upon the location of, upon finding this Honda minivan, was the minivan secured?
Yes, there were detectives.
Thank you, Jackie.
At the
Yes.
scene when I arrived.
Time for a pinnacle
And
refill.
when you inspected the van,
It sounds like diesel fuel or something.
I can't recall if I sealed it or if someone else did, but I do recall that it was sealed prior to transport to the sheriff's office.
when you, how do you seal a vehicle?
There's evidence tape that is placed at the bottom of all the entry.
Who is this
parts of the
McDonald
vehicle,
fella
which
you
include the
speak
trunk,
of?
the doors, and the hood.
Is that, what's the purpose of that?
That is to ensure the integrity of the item of evidence, as in no one had entered the vehicle after it was sealed.
It's okay, Gigi. It's still good to have the
January 14th,
the
next day,
channel
did
there.
you process and document the inside
Can
of that
always
van?
Yes, I did.
start
Did you
doing it
photograph
again.
the process that you utilized and document everything with your camera?
Yes, I did.
Amazing timing for what? What did I miss?
Have you previously had an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I have.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the van as in its contents that you saw on January 14th of 2020?
Yes, I do.
No objection. TT is improper will be received as states 16.
permission to publish them? Able to examine
Yes,
what was that item?
it was a certificate.
Ah, that is gross, Nicole.
That says middle
Wow.
school holiday concert,
What about the date?
dated for December 6th, 2019.
Where are you getting this information?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I don't remember either, A to B.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, I did.
What type of item?
The bag had clothing inside of it.
Clothing for adult, clothing for child?
Children's clothing.
Did it appear to you to be new?
It did have the tags on them still. Yes, it was.
Hey, Route Irish. All right, all right, all right. McDonald was the baby man whose wife left him, and he
I do not
kept
recall the location.
spiraling
Yes, it
through
was.
worse and worse custody hearings. He put trackers on her car, accused her new boyfriend of being a convicted chomo. Do I now know this? I mean, I have to see him, and then I'll know if I know him. Eventually
Yes, I do.
representing himself so he could
December
grill his.
14th,
Oh yes,
2019.
I thought that guy's name was Trevor. No, that's a different asshole. She still had
don't recall
feelings
the
for
date
him
without
and
seeing it.
went to jail when he made edits to a letter from his therapist that he put into evidence. That's what sent him to jail? Thank you, Nicole. I figured. As soon as I asked, I realized.
Ms. Data, have you had an opportunity to previously look at State's QQ?
Yes.
Did the photographs in State's QQ fairly and accurately depict further photographs of some of the items that you had collected from 202 Reserve Place in this case?
Yes.
From the state of the evidence listed on State's QQ, for identification of the evidence in State 17?
Okay. UQ is incorrect, will be received as state 17.
I gotta look him up. Hey, Lady Dragon. Oh, that would make sense, Tabby. Yeah, it was, I think it was about 3 years ago that this case happened, that this trial happened. It was in Celebration, Florida. Oh, this sounds terrible. You know, it's things like this, like what you're talking about here, where he wanted to be the one to question his ex-wife and when he went pro se so he could, those things are the things that make me feel like there should be some guidelines for who's allowed to go pro se and who isn't. Trevor, yeah, that one was also a dick. I don't remember his last name either, but you know who I mean. Oh, pizza, A to B? My mother always has grilled cheeses just like pizza. I mean, that's pushing it in my opinion, but I get what she means. I know I have to order dinner too, and I don't know what to order. Yeah, I don't know it either, but I'm gonna find out about it. I've been working on a video for, well, it hasn't been actually that long, but it's been probably altogether maybe a week. I tried to record it 3 times yesterday. It's a foreign case, so the names are part of my problem. Not that they're hard to pronounce, they're just, they're not names that are familiar to me as names.
Was located, or was it located somewhere else?
No, that's where it was located.
Where is the road in relation to this trash can?
The road would be here.
Also, you guys can tell me if you want to skip over something or, you know.
Did you empty the trash can?
Yes, I did.
This is photograph.
Would you agree on Tabby, the pizza? Or the...
There
Oh,
was
the
a
Pro
bottle
Se
of
thing,
Waldrill,
probably.
2 packages of Benadryl, and I believe there was 2 more packages of Waldrill as well.
What are you up to, Brown Irish?
All of the items that you recovered that you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably drinking a margarita.
You took several bottles or boxes of Benadryl or similar type substance into a bottle of residence.
That's correct.
Were they all empty?
Yes.
Did you locate any Benadryl bottle or pill pack or box that contained any Benadryl?
No, I did not.
I handed you what's been marked states B for identification. Do you recognize the packaging?
I do.
Is that packaging reflecting your handwriting in this agency case number?
Yes, it is.
Can you open that package and examine the contents?
Yes.
What do you recognize the contents of that package to be?
The items that I recovered out of that trash can outside of 202B.
When you say items, are you referring to the empty Benadryl packaging?
Yes, Benadryl and Waldrill.
And that is in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Carolina.
States and Delta will be received as states 13.
Did you also process
I just...
the packaging that's
I don't
included
know
in
how
States
that's
13 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
permissible.
And did you recover any fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
How many latent print cards did you recover?
Oh, you up to
from
no good?
States 13.
3 late and left cards.
All right, good. I'm glad
And
you're
did you
watching a
package those
football
with
game. And
State 6 that we reviewed
what are you,
earlier?
side-eyeing
Yes, ma'am.
us? That's awesome. Bradley
After
Young.
you were finished at
Hi,
202
Christopher.
Reserve Place and 202B Reserve Place,
I
where
don't
did you go
think I
next?
know him either. What the
211
hell?
Longview.
Would that have been the condo that was around the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't
And
you
did
love
you
it, Danielle?
document
I love this
your findings
detective.
in the
Her
condo
look
at
is so
211
good.
Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
I would love to have my hair that way, but I don't like the feeling.
Have you, Ms. Seda, had an opportunity to look at States NN previously?
That's okay,
Yes,
Deborah.
ma'am.
Does States NN
The dog can go
fairly
wherever
accurately
she
depict
wants,
the photographs that you
obviously.
took of 211 Longview Avenue, apartment 9306 on January 13th of 2020?
Yes.
Chairman, this time, the state would seek to introduce an evidence what's been marked States NN for identification of the States 14.
Objection.
And this in November will be received as states 14.
Thank you, Jackie. Sure route.
Yes. Yes.
What was the card that was on the floor mat?
That was a similar card that was similar to what was at 202.
You think VC?
was
I don't
replaced.
know
When you say card, are you
that
referring
much about
to,
Celebration,
a
but I
business
know
card
enough.
from the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit. Oh, cracked pepper, I'm sorry.
Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
In that photo, I was standing in the living room.
Otherwise known
Where
as
is the
the
front door
third circle
located
of
in
hell
this
now, thanks to Anthony Tope.
The front door would have been over, believe in this area here.
I assume that's some kind of lazy boy with a cup holder. The scourge of our nation. Oh, that's so nice, Betty. That's okay. You can listen and crochet. Thank you for joining
This
us.
is, how many bedrooms was this condo?
2.
This is one of the bedrooms?
What kind of blanket?
That's right.
I mean, what color, what kind of yarn?
Yes, it is.
Well, at least they're waiting, Deborah. I'm sure their eyes are they're very intently fixed on you.
Yes, boss.
Trevor Summers, thank you. Who said it? Who did it? Who knew it?
That I do not recall.
Two trials I often get mixed up. Zachariah Anderson, yes, stalked the ex and murdered her. Right. And Trevor Summers. Okay, yes. So
After
thank you.
documenting-
This is Forever Wander.
211 Longview.
I get
Avenue.
those mixed up too. I'm not sure
Were
why
you made
exactly, except for I
aware
think because
of the
they
location
both involve
of
their
a
children.
Minivan.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document the location of the minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching the witness. Ms. Seda, have you had an opportunity to previously review the photographs in States 00?
Yes, I have.
Do these photographs fair and accurately depict the location of the van as you saw it on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, I do.
Objection. 00 will be received as states 15. Grant.
Ugh. I call that.
Upon the location of, upon finding this Honda minivan, was the
Orlando in
minivan
general.
secured?
Macy.
Yes, there were detectives at the scene when I arrived.
And when you inspected the van, did you,
Hi, Anne.
I can't recall if I sealed it or if someone else did, but I do recall that it was sealed prior to transport to the sheriff's office.
when you, how do you seal?
There's something very familiar also
There's
about this
evidence tape that
detective.
is
I feel like
placed
I
at
know
the
her.
bottom of all the entry parts of the vehicle to include the trunk, the doors, and the hood.
Is that, what's the purpose of that?
That is to ensure the integrity of the item of evidence, as in no one had entered the vehicle after it was sealed.
On January 14th, the next day, did you process and document the inside of that van?
Yes,
Yes, I did.
Forever
Did you
Wander.
photograph the process that you utilized and document everything with your camera?
Yes, I did.
Forever Wander says that Trevor and Zach were evil, controlling creeps. I think they both put trackers on their ex's phone and used their children in their crimes. Absolutely. And it's so like just that kind of stalking. I mean, it's infuriating, first of all. It's infuriating, of course, when a man or a woman does it, but because men are, I don't know if, I mean, I know that women can also get crazy if you try to break up with them, but somehow men, first of all, they have the advantage of being usually bigger and more powerful and more violent, although not always, as we know. But it makes me so angry when somebody wants to break up with someone and the other person thinks that it's perfectly acceptable or acceptable at all not to allow it, you know? Like, first of all, I cannot imagine any place I would rather not be than with somebody who doesn't want to be with me. That's number one. Number two, the nerve to basically what you're saying is, I don't care what you want. I don't care if you're happy or not. I want to be with you, even though you don't want to be with me. And the truth is that if that worked, that person, because it's the same kind of personality, will always be angry at the person who tried. Remember when you tried to leave me? Remember, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, just. And that's another thing that makes this TEPE murder arrest so scary, as we were talking about earlier. Like, they have been divorced for 10 years. She's married with children. She's been married. They were just approaching their 5-year wedding anniversary. I mean, wow. It does look like someone, right, Nicole? And I don't know who either. Oh, you're tough, Gigi. Don't be ridiculous. You're in New York. Of course you're tough. Hey, LW. Oh, well, A to B burnt her grilled cheese and was like, what should I order? And we said pizza. I said pizza. And then I think a lot of people agreed with me because it's pizza, you know. Oh, yes. Danielle has a Patreon now. I haven't joined yet. I haven't done anything yet because I've been busy with nonsense. But it looks amazing, and I'm very excited about it. LW says, I'm with you. Although I had 2 grilled cheese today, I made them both. Neat convection oven. You can't really go wrong. Digital timer. Yeah. Right. Digital timer makes sense. Exactly. 10 years you'd think you were in the clear, and yet there we go. I just hope that they didn't see it. Like, they just went. Like, I want to know why he had the code to that house. I have so many questions about this.
Have you previously had an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I have.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the van as in its contents that you saw on
Oh, this is Forever Wander. That's my
Yes,
kind
I
of
do.
dinner, too. Popcorn. That's the kind of thing I would eat for dinner. Ugh, so depressing. Unless that's what you want, of
Copy will
course,
be
but, you
received
know.
as states 16.
Yeah, Carolina, that's what we were talking about. I have questions, too. That's exactly what we were just talking about. How did he know the key code? Why was it still in his mind 10 years later? Were they scared of him? Did she have any idea? Did they have a relationship at all? Oh, really, Tappy?
Yes.
Crazy.
What was that item?
He's a doctor,
It was
too.
a certificate.
I mean, doctors can be plenty crazy, especially shrinks.
That says middle school holiday concert.
What about the date?
Dated for December 6th.
Yeah, that's the problem with popcorn is it's when you're done eating it, the work has just begun. Oh, chili.
Yes, it was.
Proud Irish. I hope you didn't get that chili at Wendy's Proud Irish because Jackie Anderson will have some questions for you. Was it Wendy's? Vascular surgeon. Crazy, right?
Yes, it is.
Miss Cricket. Now I see your name for what it is, Miss Cricket.
Yes, it is.
Miss Cricket made chicken fried rice for dinner.
The
You.
bag had clothing inside of it.
You know that Chinese restaurant deliver, right?
Children's clothing.
I feel like
It did have
I guess
the
there's
tags on them still.
3 children, so they. Did we hear this already? Hang on.
Correct.
That's correct.
And you ended up responding to some locations multiple times as well, correct?
That's correct.
So let's start first with the 202 reserve. Were you first on the scene?
Oh, is this
But
the
there
one
were
who was
personnel
also
from
with
Osceola County
with
that are arriving.
Stearns?
Were you the first forensic tech on scene?
Yes.
Were you
The
only forensic
defense?
on scene?
No, ma'am.
And when you entered the house appeared to be in order?
I think this
Yes,
is
ma'am.
the defense attorney that was
And
on
the
the
kitchen area was
Stearns.
clean?
This
Yes, generally.
feels very fast now, right? Or no?
And do you know the number of people who had been to the scene prior to you?
No, ma'am.
Do you know how long they had been on the scene before you arrived?
No, ma'am.
And when you responded to the scene, were
Now it's speeded
members
up,
of
but
law
not as
enforcement
much.
still inside, or were they outside of the home?
I believe everyone was outside.
Now, initially you started
I
your
know. I mean,
documentation process with the
I was just
exterior
kidding,
the
of
home,
course, but
Yes, ma'am.
I
And
also
that's why
know
it's on
that
the exterior
phenomenon.
initially, correct?
I believe I did
Miss
all the way
Cricket.
around the exterior of the home.
Okay. And then in terms of interior, you started downstairs first?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think she was defending
And
Stearns.
once
Somebody
you
else
arrived,
said
did
it
law enforcement
earlier,
point out
but
any areas of interest
now
that they
here
might
she
have
is.
disturbed prior to your arrival?
yeah, she speaks fast,
No,
quicker,
ma'am.
faster. Absolutely,
And then,
definitely.
The items that were on the porch that you initially documented, I believe those were phones, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice those first? Did law enforcement point those out to you?
I believe those were pointed out to me.
And those were
Yeah,
two
I'm getting
phones,
hungry
correct?
too.
That's correct.
And then the business card that was photographed, do you know if that was already on the ground when law enforcement got there? or
I
if it was
actually
inside the
was
door?
laughing about that earlier
Prior to my
today,
arrival, I don't know
Jackie.
its condition.
That phenomenon that we are both prone to.
And then the area that was off of the kitchen, with the various packages, you photographed those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And all of those items in the box had already been wrapped.
Yes, ma'am.
There was nothing on there to identify who the packages belonged to, correct?
I don't recall. Just the exterior, larger brown box that they were in had information on them.
But you don't know who put those items in the box.
No, I don't.
And during your initial documentation of the scene, I believe you indicated the lights were off.
That's what was told to me upon my arrival. But once I started my documentation, the electricity was back on.
So did you wait for the lights to be turned on to start, or it just happened to be on by the time you were ready to start?
At the moment it turned on, I don't recall.
Now, in terms of processing for prints, are you doing that simultaneously with the photograph process, kind of as you're going through, or are you photographing first and then documenting for prints?
Like on the items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So the processing of the items of evidence occurred at the sheriff's office once I had cleared the scene.
So
It's
all
called
the late
foot and mouth
processing, those
disease.
10
That's
cards
right.
that you were
Yeah.
talking about on direct, that all occurred at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And
So
it
those items you collected,
and it's
you didn't process at
uncurable.
the sheriff's office?
It's just
I'm sorry, can you ask me the question again?
The items that you collected, you didn't process for prints at the
isn't there
sheriff's
some
office?
kind of other
Yes, ma'am.
real disease that has a
So
name
anything
like
that you
that?
thought you might need to document or process for prints is what you would collect as evidence, among other items, potentially.
That's
Yes,
true,
ma'am.
Miyagi. Well, now we know that. We didn't know that before.
Now, in terms of the trash can in the kitchen, was this one like the 13-gallon trash cans or one of the smaller ones? Do you recall?
I don't know the exact size, but it seemed pretty similar to around 13 gallons.
And that bag was full?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the only trash can
Oh.
in the kitchen?
That I recall, yes.
And was that the only trash bag in the kitchen?
A used trash bag that I recall, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Sorry.
Interesting. So she did know. He was
And within
probably the
that trash can, there
first
was only the one vendor
suspect,
that
and
you
that's why
located?
they did.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you process the rest of the kitchen trash for other items of potential evidentiary value?
No.
First and last suspect.
Did you go through the
Oh, what a
entire kitchen
fucking
trash to see if
nightmare.
there was anything else of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder how he got that code. So scary. Don't have a code, people. Do not do it.
And then I believe in the downstairs area, there's also a bathroom as well, or a half bath.
Yes.
And the
Meanwhile, what
trash
did
can
A
that
to
was in
B
that bathroom, that
decide?
was a much smaller trash can.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was only the one trash can in that bathroom as well,
Yes, ma'am.
and only the one bag of trash.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this was from 3 years ago around
And
Irish.
that trash can only had the
This is
plug-in
Family
type
Annihilator in
items.
Florida.
Packaging, yes.
Is that the only area that you located these plug-in packagings within the home?
That I saw.
I know,
yes.
it's so amazing, right?
And there was no Benadryl in that bathroom, correct?
No.
And then there was an item, I believe it was L.
It's really hard to pull off that
93,
androgynous
a
look
paper
so
on the stairs.
successfully. It's so good
Did you
looking
notice that
there.
initially when you walked into the house, or was that pointed out at a later time?
The receipt that was at the bottom
Thank
of the
you,
stairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Carolina.
No, I noticed that. I made that observation while photographing. Yes.
Carolina is like an encyclopedia. I'm fast forwarding to.
Did you also process states 9 for fingerprints?
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Hang on. I have to go back to the
Separately on their own cotton tip swabs. One of the swabs was moistened with water, and then the area was swabbed.
How did you ensure the integrity of the swabs and bullets?
Oh, maybe I didn't.
The swabs were placed in clean white swab boxes and then placed in their independent.
Hang on.
That's correct.
Did you examine what
Recess until 1:30.
state would seek to introduce in evidence what's been marked states and
Yes, I do.
I'll ask that they.
Hang on. I'm just trying to find out.
Now, in terms of the trash can in the kitchen, was this one like the 13-gallon trash cans or one of the smaller ones? Do you recall?
I may have
I
gone a
don't
little
know the
too far
exact
back,
size,
but
but it seemed
you know.
pretty similar to around 13 gallons.
And that bag was full?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the only trash can in the kitchen?
That I recall, yes.
And was that the only trash bag in the kitchen?
A used trash bag that I recall, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Hey, Cherry.
And within that trash can, there was only the one Benadryl
I
bar
know
that
the
you
kids,
located?
of course,
Yes, ma'am.
and
Did
the
you process
dog.
the rest of the kitchen trash for other items of potential evidentiary value?
No.
Did you go through the entire kitchen trash to see if there was anything else of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Betty Broderick. That's interesting. Yeah, I could see that.
And then I believe in the downstairs area, there's also a bathroom as well, or a half bath.
Yes.
And the trash can that was in that bathroom, that was a much smaller trash can.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was only the one trash can in that bathroom as well.
Yeah, more than a murdery face, Disney.
And only the one bag of trash.
Yes, ma'am.
And that trash can only had the plug-in type items.
Packaging, yes.
Is that your pet's name? Oh shit! I did it again. God damn it!
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I took the
And then in
Lord's
terms of
name in vain. Is that your dog's name? Beaches? Because I just today saw like a short, I guess, of a very cute, of course, very cute dog looking out into the distance with a very serious look, and the words on the screen said that he's feeling the weight of being the whole family's password.
The red strap, the long strap that was affixed to the headboard.
Yes.
And do you recall how it was affixed? Was it just knotted or was it looped through something?
I remember there being knots on the utility strap, affixing it
Now
to
I want
the
chili.
headboard.
Was the headboard to
Hey,
your
Ohio
recollection, solid
Palma.
headboard, or did it have slants almost like stairs? I guess is the best way to kind of describe it.
That I
That's
don't know.
saying something, Jackie. We don't know that she's
And then on
Not
this bed,
straight.
you also collect the BB guns, correct?
That's correct.
although
And the initial one was
Very
on the
possible.
left side of the bed.
Yes.
And was this the same left side of the bed where the knife was in the windowsill?
Yes.
And the left side of the bed was the bed that was free, that wasn't where Miss Tote was at? If that confused you with that, let me know.
Yes, it did.
The left side of the bed was the left side of the bed empty as opposed to where Miss Tote was laying.
Oh, yes.
And then there were some items on the shelf in the master. So is this one of the rooms where you enter the bedroom and then the closet is within the bedroom?
Yes, their closet was within the bathroom.
there
So you go
are.
into the bedroom, enter a bathroom, and then there's a closet within there.
That's correct.
That's a good question, actually.
And then I believe there was a phone
Essentially affix them. to
Oh my
prepare-
God! Every time, what's happening to me?
in near one.
Oh my God! I don't know. We do have we have maybe 1 or 2 Olive Gardens. I'm not sure. Nicole might know also. Hey, Since Sliced Bread. She is beautiful, straight or not. I agree. Just me. We have like one Olive. Most of the chains, like we have an Olive Garden. We have a Red Lobster. They're both in Times Square, because generally speaking, New Yorkers, although I've been to both of those, because it's kind of a novelty here for actual New Yorkers, but New Yorkers don't eat. There are so many good restaurants that aren't expensive, and I mean, aren't expensive by New York City standards. The Red Lobster here is not as cheap as it is other places. So we don't have a lot of them, but we do have, we have McDonald's, a lot of McDonald's, and we have Starbucks, stuff like those kind of chains. We don't have a lot of Wendy's, very few of them. We don't have an Arby's. A Sonic. We don't have, like, I see commercials for a lot of things that I didn't even know about, if that answers the question. Yeah, I fixed the fax machine, but I can't work with the new TV remote, is right. All right, let's see if I can do this.
of the floors and dressers. There was
God.
also a pink substance. Same question.
Sheesh.
Was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that processed?
Has been
Separate from the
sent.
collection.
Has been sent to another lab.
Dandy!
And then the phones, do you recall if they had battery power or anything like that when you collected them?
That's right.
No, I do not.
Carolina.
Was that something that you would have documented in your
No
report itself?
racists,
I believe so.
no
You didn't
homophobes,
refresh your recollection.
no nada here, or else. Oh, I don't know, just me. Where'd you think all the sirens were coming from? Are you? Yeah, sometimes all it takes is one good-looking macho broad, and we're rethinking
Has your memory
the way we
refreshed?
were born.
I did not indicate that information in my report.
And then, in terms of
Macho
the phone
really wasn't
that
the
had
right
pink
word,
substance
but
on it, do you
you
recall
know
which
what
of the
I
four phones
mean.
that were collected that was?
Yes. Can I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Times Square and Chelsea. Chelsea is the other one. So there are 2 Olive Gardens, and they're both. Chelsea is kind of an odd choice. Thank you, Nicole. We finally got Chick-fil-A, and I'm surprised at how well it was received, considering, speaking of
It was the black
non-racist.
iPhone that was located on the porch.
And did that phone
Right.
appear to be
People don't care. They love
to your
Chick-fil-A.
knowledge, based off of what you knew or could tell from the scene?
I don't recall if it was on or not.
Oh, okay. So you're used to it,
And
as I
then
am.
was there, I
Just
know
me.
that one of the photographs of the state, but I believe there was like a bottle of bleach. Was there any evidence that was ever used at the scene or within the home?
Not that I knew of.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
All you gotta do is wait. Everything comes back in style. Usually just a
The
little bit different.
Benadryl bottle that would be coinciding with
We have a Popeyes here, but it's all the way uptown.
states number 7 that was
have a few
located on the
KFCs.
liquor basket in Zoe's room. You collected latent prints from that Benadryl package, correct?
Can I refer to my report to look at my evidence list where the
That
latent?
help refresh your recollection?
Yes. There were 3 latent lift cards collected from that box.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. She stepped down. She excused from subpoena. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to live next to an airport either. Plus, it messes with my ears. It's
Someone come for
weird.
break? Anyone? Seeing none? May I call your next witness?
They were called Selena Melinda.
Thank you.
That's funny, Kelly. Yeah, Popeyes is much better than KFC, in my opinion. I don't love fried chicken, but I get why people do. I do too, just me. The small mom and pop restaurants.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Who's this now? Yeah, I don't like change all that much either, Kelly. But when it comes to
My name
food,
is Selena Melendez, Melendez.
I'm just
How
not.
are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Oswego County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do with the sheriff's office?
I am employed as a forensic technician.
Am I covering this person? What's
What
happening?
type of education and training have you undergone to be able to perform your duties as a forensic technician?
I received my bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a minor in biology and a crime scene investigation certificate from the University of Central Florida. When I was hired with the Oswego County Sheriff's Office, I received a 12-week-long comprehensive training in crime scene processing and laboratory processing. I also received more than 200 hours in training and forensic training in different forensic disciplines.
On January 15th of 2020, did you come into contact with somebody identified to you?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and the location of the seat?
He is a blue button-up shirt.
Oh, there he is.
When you came into contact with the defendant in this,
You know what happened with that? I unlisted that live because, as luck would have it, there was an issue with a copyright issue, not a strike or anything, but a copyright issue with the Duckula theme song, if you can believe that. Those vampires, you know? So they had to edit it, and once you edit it, the live replay, chat replay isn't available, which, and once that's done, it's like, I'm always aware of the fact that people who want to rewatch lives might not be, like, it has to, I would like it to be something that's also good on the rewatch. And if you don't have the chat replay, because I specifically, like, if we're talking about something in the chat, I try to pin it so that you can see what it is and all that. And I just, and the beginning was kind of, I had a problem starting again, but it was really fun, and we should do that again. So, well, I'm sure we will. You know, all it takes is a little conversation starter, and then we're watching a lawyer teaching yoga. Kidding.
Case, did you take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you also collect a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is a collection of a sample of the skin cells inside of your cheek.
It
And
does,
did
right,
you
Dan?
also collect fingerprints?
Yes.
Yeah, he is. Definitely. Friggin' Pope. That'd be my guess.
Yes.
Good hair in this witness
The package is labeled buccal
pool.
swab collected from Anthony John Top.
Did you label it?
Yes, I did.
Is that package in the same
Yes.
It was a blast, right? We'll definitely do that again. Maybe I'll make it a thing. We'll figure out other,
Yes, I
you
do.
know, shit like that to watch.
The package is labeled major case prints collected from Anthony John Top.
And is this package in the same
Yes.
I'm now showing you state SS for identification. Did you have an opportunity to consider that?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly accurately?
Yes.
At this time, the state was seeking introducing the evidence state A for identification, and the evidence is 28. State C for identification, and the evidence as 29, and state SS for
States A will be received as states 28. States C as in Charlie will be received as states 29. States SS as in Sierra will be received as states 30.
collecting the buccal swab in this case. How did you do it?
Utilizing 2 sterile cotton tip swabs, I placed the swabs inside the defendant's mouth, swabbing both sides of his cheek to collect the skin cells. When the sample was collected, I then placed it in the clean box, packaged, sealed it, and it was submitted as an item of evidence.
Did you also wear gloves during the collection process?
Yes.
How did you ensure the integrity of the sample that you collected?
When it was packaged and sealed, it stays that way until it reaches a state laboratory.
How did you collect fingerprints from the defendant?
I utilized a fingerprint brush with black powder.
Did you explain the process?
So collecting major case prints is the collection of the impression of both hands to include the entire palm, this area being isolated, this area being isolated. Half the palm is then split to isolate this area and this area. And then in addition to those, we take each impression of each finger from the bottom all the way to the tip.
When you collected major case prints in this case, did you roll, for lack of better words, the defendant's fingerprints?
Yes.
Hey, Dorgan. There's Anthony Toe with his. Chris Christie, who's the governor, or was the governor, or whatever, New Jersey or something. I don't even know. He's horrible. And him in this suit reminds me of when Chris Christie like pitched the first ball at some baseball game here and wore the whole get up, the Yankee uniform, and it was not a good situation. But of course he didn't know that. Oh God. No one can see it, Jackie. He hasn't seen it in a long time. Jump scare. Hey, Tanika.
When you were photographing the defendant, did you ensure that any potential injury that you observed that you photographed?
Yes.
May I have just a moment?
He does, right? Well, he's got more than his posture.
Cross-examination.
This is forever. He's got his physique. Or used to. Hey, Colleen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Melendez.
Good afternoon.
Now, in this case, your main duty was in photographing Mr. Tote.
Couple of things. This woman now, who's an attorney for the defense, I forgot that she was even involved here because I only remember his attorney who had a very rough go at the end there. And anyway, this is the one who also worked on the Stephen Stearns case. And for those of you who just came in recently, did you hear about the TEPE arrest and the TEPE murders?
Correct.
I had two main duties for this case.
But in terms of what you were testifying to on direct, that was in terms of the photograph you took?
Yes.
Yes, Jackie.
Now,
Oh my
in
God.
photographing him, there was an injury on
A
his
nightmare. I'm
hip,
gonna find
correct?
it and show it because
That is
it's
correct.
And there's also a bandaged
is he
area. with a
alive.
Band-Aid.
Where is he now?
Yes.
And then on his chest area, there appeared to be like
Yeah, where did he
EKG
go,
type.
Gigi?
I'm not sure the proper term for them, like the stickies, electrodes.
Yes, they were present.
And do you recall how many of those total you observed on his body?
I don't
Flat
recall the
Teppy?
total amount. I just know that they were in
No.
his chest area and abdomen area.
Chest and abdomen?
Yes.
Yeah, Duckula. Fucked all my shit.
And then on his chest, I believe there were also some wounds indicated.
Yes, there were.
And was that on the left and right side or only one side of the chest?
There were two wounds. One was located on the left side of his chest, towards the lower area, and on his abdomen.
So one on the chest and one on the abdomen.
Yes.
Right? That's what I was thinking. I thought maybe
And
it's because
then,
I don't watch the
I believe
news
the last
anymore,
photographs
and
that says 15
but
and 16
I
were
don't know
of
what
a
happened to
wound
Chris
or something
Christie.
to the neck
And
area.
I don't want to know. I'm not going to look it up, but I am going to
it-
look that picture
I
up.
wouldn't say it's a wound. It's more of kind of like a impression or a mark.
And when you say impression or mark, are we talking flat, circular, or some other shape?
Perhaps like a depression, a slight depression on the neck. It could like maybe be more of a crease.
So would that be a flat line, so to speak, as opposed to a triangle, a square, or a circle? What shape would you describe it as?
A linear mark.
Oh my
And then
God.
aside from photographing him, you indicated
I don't know
major
which picture to
prints
say
of him.
to show
Yes, that's
first.
correct.
And was that both hands, one hand?
Both hands.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
Okay. Look at him.
Impression, or depression.
This
I
is
guess,
when he
depending on
started
which word
getting
you wanna use,
angry
of
at
the
that
neck.
prosecutor, that
Was it
woman.
a wound? Was it dirt? How would you describe it?
I think the best way to describe it is perhaps a crease in the neck, and it appeared to have like a dark substance in that crease.
And the dark substance, would you say it was blood, dirt, something else? Did you test it?
No, no testing was done.
Was any collection, aside from photographing it, did you collect any swabs of that area?
No, due to it just appearing as if it was
Oh,
similar to a
there you
burnt
go.
substance.
That makes
so it
sense.
was
That
what
tracks.
Can I have another one, Judge? And then the EKG, EEG, not a medical staff, not sure those letters.
Yeah, like
Do you know
Christy
what the purpose
Brinkley.
of those were for?
Christy.
No, I don't know the purpose.
You know if he had been released from the hospital prior to your photographs?
I was advised that he was in the hospital.
Yeah, maybe. Why would he do? I mean, I'm sure he did plenty. The suit, the outfit alone was a crime. I'd really like to do a slideshow, but I'm not. I'm not going to overextend my. I'm not going to give overestimate my powers, my
How long did you
abilities.
spend with the defendant?
Approximately an hour.
And during your time with the defendant, did you have to give the defendant instructions?
I don't recall giving specific instructions.
How did the defendant know to hold his hands out?
Yes, I directed him to position his body a certain way so I could capture photographs.
And did the defendant have any issue following?
Objection outside the scope of direct, or cross.
Did the defendant have any issue following your directions?
No, he was compliant.
And did you have to also give directions when you collected the buccal swabs?
There's one.
Yes, I had asked him to open his mouth so I can insert
Yeah,
the
it
swabs
was.
to collect
Yeah,
the
it
samples
come to
from-
my eyes too.
Any
And
issue with
Tanika,
the
we've seen
following
some
those
shit
instructions?
lately.
No, not at all.
And how about when you collected fingerprints?
No, he was very cooperative and he understood the direction and was calm.
Yeah.
And I was able to collect the impressions from his hands.
No further questions.
Yes, Judge.
I know, it's just amazing.
Yes. And when was this that you were collecting these swabs?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Imagine
Was it that you
having
collected
the
these swabs?
coolions to
During
walk
the
and
execution of the search warrant.
show up at it.
May I revert to my report?
That refresh your recollection, yes, ma'am.
Look at him. Hang on.
It was Wednesday, January 15th of 2020.
Let me go through the whole series for you.
And you had been notified that he had been released from the hospital prior to that?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
Thank you. And Ms. Melinda, step down. So excused from subpoena?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Melinda.
Oh, Lord. Look at this.
Up here for a scheduling discussion. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, his dirty neck creases, Kelly. Did they show those? Are we talking about Christy or Tote now? Now I don't even know. Right, his wife did it all, and then he was just trying to... Oh, I will make this a new sticker. That's a good idea. This is forever. Yeah, a perfect sphere is right. I mean, it's... Yeah, you can't tell if he's coming or going, right? Like... I mean, he's got quite the badonkadonk there for a man. Now let's see. There are more. Fear not. I mean, they're all pretty similar, but you know, indulge me. My God. I just... smartest people in the room, right? Kim Calta, or just anything. I mean, yeah. I know. I'm sorry, Carolina. I apologize, but it's best that you saw it here among friends. I'm actually surprised at how many. I don't know why I shouldn't be, but sometimes you think that you've just lived a nightmare yourself, and other people aren't that aware of it. Yeah, he has the penguin physique. He sure does. You're right, Barry. I knew it wasn't exactly the right term, but oh right, he got uh gastric bypass. And do any of you remember this? I don't know if it was on Snapped or what it was, but there was a story of these two sisters. I don't know if they were twins or just sisters, and one of them, I don't know, they got some kind of like they bought some one of them killed their husband, and they used the money they got to start some cookie company or something, and then one of them got the lap band. Does that ring a bell at all? I do too. That's the thing, LW, is I would kill for just, and Nicole and I say this all the time, for just a fraction of that confidence. See, Carolina? Chris Christie in his little baseball uniform is nature's God's gummy. Yeah. That belt's taking care of business and working overtime, and God bless, because without that belt, we would have pictures we couldn't look at for real.
I worked in the latent print unit for several years at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, first as a latent print examiner, and then I was promoted into the supervisory position over that unit.
Did you
It's the
work
uniform,
as a
LW,
latent
but
print
he's not
analyst
a baseball player,
anywhere
so he
else other
didn't
than
have
the
to wear
Osceola
it.
County Sheriff's Office?
I have worked as a latent print analyst and worked with latent prints throughout the course of my career since I started in forensics in 2006.
What is the difference?
Yeah, we do,
between
Tanika,
a
you're
latent
right.
print and a known print?
So a latent print is a chance
I'm sorry,
recording
Dorgan.
of the friction ridge skin, which the friction ridge skin is the raised portion of the skin that's located on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. And when we
I'm sure
touch
watching this
objects,
family
we leave
annihilation
behind
will
an
make you feel
impression
much
of
better.
that friction ridge skin. It essentially works just like a stamp does. If you think about a rubber stamp, it has an image on the bottom of it. You put ink on it and you place that onto a surface, and it leaves behind an impression of that image.
Yeah, that's
Our
what
friction ridge skin does the same.
Gigi
So
was
we
just
have
referring
sweats
to.
and oils and other residues on the surface of our friction ridge skin. And when we touch a surface, we
And
leave
that's
behind a
the
stamp
best thing he
of
ever
our
did, quite
friction ridge
frankly. I mean,
skin.
at least I understand
So
that.
a latent print is that residue that we've left behind of the impression of our friction ridge skin. And we typically use chemical or physical means to develop that so it's visible to the naked eye.
Well, I
known
owed you
print
some
is something
laughs,
that we
Carolina.
intentionally record from a known individual. So we typically will use something like a black printer's ink. We will roll the ink on the surface of the friction ridge skin and roll that skin across a contrasting background like a white fingerprint card. And that way it records the friction ridge skin of that individual, and we know what individual it came from. So we typically will use ink to do that, or we can use a live scan system, which
meowky.
essentially we place their
I have
fingers
dinner on
or
the way,
palms
too.
on a scanner, and the scanner captures the friction ridge skin images.
When you receive latent prints and known prints to be compared to each other, what is your process for doing that?
Yeah, he'll always be a fat guy
So
at heart.
when
And not that
latent
being a
prints
fat guy
are
is terrible,
recovered,
but he is
they are either
terrible.
recovered by our officers or our forensic
I
personnel.
don't know where he's at.
They are submitted into our evidence unit as items of evidence. And as a latent print examiner, I would go to our evidence unit and sign out those items of evidence. They would be signed into our unit, and then we would start working them. So we would open the evidence packaging. We would examine the
Right.
contents of the evidence packaging.
I gotta
to
find
make
that
sure
too.
That
I'm sure he
what
looked
was documented
amazing.
on the exterior of the packaging is actually on the inside. And then we would go through the individual latents that we were provided to see what kind of information we could gather off of them, and if there is enough information
That beach chair was also working overtime.
present there for us to conduct a comparison. So when I am starting that process, we use a method called ACE-B when we are conducting comparisons. So the first thing that I would do in that process is I would analyze, is what the A stands for, analyze the latent prints that are contained within the packaging.
Oh, I figured that's what
We are
it was,
looking for
Maggie.
a
That
variety
sucks.
of different information when we are analyzing a latent print. So there are certain levels of details that we're looking for. The first level of detail is pattern types or ridge flow. So we have specific pattern types that the population, all of us in the population, have on our fingertips, and then we have specific ridge flow that's present in our palms.
That's good, at least.
So we would evaluate the latent prints to see if we can observe any of that. So for example, in our fingerprints, we have 3 common pattern types: loops, arches, and whorls. Loops, they enter in from one side of the finger, the ridges do, and they curve and they exit out the same side of the finger. Whorls are circular patterns of ridge formations that happen in the center of our fingers, and arches are patterns where the ridges flow in from one side of the finger, they raise slightly, and they exit out the other side of the finger, kind of like a hill. And we all have different combinations of these patterns on our fingers. So that's the first thing we would be looking for, is a specific type of pattern or ridge flow.
Oh my God.
After we examine the latents for level 1 detail, we would look for
Well,
level
it's not
2
as good as
detail,
I thought. Of course, his
which
wife is
the
skinny
actual individual characteristics that are held
and nice looking
in the ridges, within the ridges. So we have hundreds of ridges in our fingers and in our palms, and there are characteristics that are common to them. So there are 3 types of characteristics that happen in our ridges. The first are called ridge endings. That's when the ridge travels along and it abruptly stops. Second is called bifurcations. That's when the ridge is traveling along and it splits into 2. And the third are called dots, and they're just small segments of ridges that are detached from the ridges around them. So when we're looking for level 2 detail, we're going to determine how much of that is present.
Oh, I do remember he did lose some weight.
To one another.
Doesn't matter.
Then we're going to be looking at level 3 detail, which is the individual pores. So we have sweat pores that are located on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. That's why our hands get clammy and sweaty sometimes. Those pores, the sweat actually opens out. The pore opens onto the tops of the ridges.
Narrative.
See you next question.
What additional information do you look at when you're looking at latent prints in order to be able to utilize them to compare?
Oh yeah. Well, Trump
Besides the information
has a lot
I-
of classics. It's
Just
true. Remember
Besides
his
the
swollen
information you already went
ankles?
through, is there additional information that you look for?
Yes, so I told you guys how I look for level 1, 2
Exactly, me
details,
too,
and then I was
Kelly.
describing
I
level
mean,
3,
then
which is pores and the
nothing is
shapes of the
sacred.
ridges. In addition to that, we'll take into account like the surface that it was on, the type of
Right.
processing that was used when it was developed, the processing technique, and all of those things. So we'll do all of that data collecting, and once we have determined all of that information, then we'll move into the comparison stage. So at that point, I'm going to take all of the information that I gathered in that first step, and I'm going to compare it to the set of known prints. And I'm going to look back and forth between the known and the unknown to determine if all of that information that I just told you guys about is present in the known print as well. So we're going to be looking back and forth between the latent and known and comparing that
Cankles,
data.
right. Sorry,
At that point, once I've conducted that comparison, I'm going to reach the evaluation stage, which is essentially where I'm going to come to a conclusion. So I'm going to come to one of 3 conclusions where I can either identify the latent print to the known print, saying that those
Yeah, 'cause they're
2
medical
impressions
snacks,
originated
Margarita.
from the same source. I can come to the conclusion of an exclusion, which means that they were not made by the same source. Or I can reach an inconclusive, which means that essentially I need more information. And so that's how we would conduct a comparison within the unit.
Is every latent print that is collected able to be utilized by you?
No, every latent print that's collected is I have not personally been able to utilize.
There we go.
What
There
are
we go.
some of
Whole him and his
issues
family, his
that
beautiful wife. I assume that is
you have come across in your career that would
empty
prohibit
beach,
you from analyzing a latent print?
enjoying himself. Look how tiny his
So
feet look.
I would still conduct an analysis on any latent print that I received to determine what information is present. And some of the reasons why we might not use a latent print for
Idiot.
comparison is that the quality of the latent print is very poor. Maybe there's a lot of interference from the processing method that was used or the surface that it came off of, and the information is not very clear, so it's not.
Yeah, it's got a
usable
cover
for
on it.
us.
I guess this must have
It
been.
might be very, very small, so
You know,
we
it was
might
like
just
3
not
years
have a lot
ago,
of
so it
information there
was
at all. So
still-
even if it's clear, maybe it's just very, very tiny, and there's not a lot of information to draw from it. So those might be some of the reasons why we might not use a latent
Don't
print
eat a
for
whole
comparison.
M&M, Beaches. I don't know where Bloodbath is, but I'm sure she's somewhere
What
eating milk
information
dead
do
milk
you
dads.
need in order to be able to make a positive identification?
So to make an identification
Oh, good,
when
Jackie.
we are comparing the
Cats
latent print to the
Like
non
that
print,
kind of thing, I bet.
we
I think.
would expect that the information that we have located in the latent print is also present in the known.
Yeah.
And we will be going back and forth looking for both similarities and dissimilarities
Tiny,
between the two
tiny
prints.
feet.
And if we reach a point where we have found a lot of discrepancies between the two, then we will exclude those as belonging to the same source. If we are going through and we're finding that the information we're seeing in the latent print is also present in the known, and we have an abundance of that information, so much so that we would not expect to find those similarities in any two other random people, then we would move forward with making that an identification.
During your career since 2006, roughly
like Barry's
how many times
Bernie
have you had
Sanders.
the
That
opportunity
is
to compare latent prints to known prints?
during
At this
COVID.
point in my career, I have compared
Sitting in
hundreds
that
of thousands of latent
lawn
prints to known
chair.
prints.
Cats do love murder. They're not stupid.
Did you
And
receive
they're not nice.
latent prints in this case as well as a set of known prints?
I don't know,
Yes, I
Dorgan.
did.
For the record, I'm approaching
Minnow. Exactly, Sanders.
First, talking about states 29. Did you
But-
receive states 29
I
in
mean-
order to review as known prints?
Yes, I did.
And who does the packaging purport these prints to be from?
The packaging indicates that
Bernie,
these
I
prints
said.
belong to
I don't know.
Anthony John
Forget
Todd.
his first name.
What is in the packaging for the known prints? When I say that, are both hands imaged in there?
I know
All
she
10
is,
fingers,
Jackie. I know.
that type of information.
The packaging
I'm sure she
indicates that
is.
it's major case prints, and so when we are collecting a set of major case prints, that would include the
We had, during Trump's first term, we had some artist erected a full-sized statue of him in the nude, and it was not very flattering, and it was taken down thanks to him.
recording of all of the fingers as well as the palms.
And states 6 are latent print cards that you received in this
Oh, we
case?
see you on the roads, Gigi.
Yes, that's correct.
The worst.
And the latent print cards, how many did you receive?
I received 14 latent print cards in total.
Did you identify each of the cards utilizing a separate number?
I did mark the individual cards with a unique identifier.
What unique identifier did you use?
We typically begin with the item number. So in this case, this exhibit was assigned as exhibit 55. So I would have gone through each of the cards and labeled each card starting with the number 1. So I would have started with 55-1, 55-2, and I would have continued through 55-14.
Latent card 55-1. Does the card indicate where this latent print was recovered?
Yes, there are descriptions written on the back of the cards.
What does 55-1 indicate to you?
May I read from the card?
Yes.
The back of 55-1 indicates that it was lifted from a Benadryl box, marker 11, and then in parentheses it says side.
Are there any other print cards related to this specific Benadryl box that you marked?
I believe there were additional ones. as
Yeah, it's
well.
like a microphone
Yes.
diaper.
Would that be 55-2 and 55-8?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you perform a comparison for 55-1, 55-2, and 55-8 in comparison with the known prints that you received?
Don't worry, we won't.
Yes, I did. I did analysis on 51-1.
We won't talk about
dash
any
2
more
and dash
politics.
8,
We're
and
only
I
making
was
fun
able
of
to
politicians, you know.
compare latent prints that were located
Look
on
ridiculous.
55-1
Hey,
and
Leaves.
55-2, and then 55-8. I didn't observe any latent prints of value for comparison.
What opinion did you form with regards to 55-1?
On 55-1, I observed one latent print of value for comparison. I conducted a comparison on that.
Proud Irish, I
and
said whatever I had to
compared
say
that
so
latent
you'd
print
marry
to
me,
the
but
known
it didn't
prints that were
work.
provided of, I'm sorry, is it tote? Not tot, tote. And the latent print I identified to the right middle finger of tote.
What about 55-2?
So 55-2 was the same.
Yeah,
I
Mike Diaper.
identified one latent print of value for comparison on this card. I conducted the comparison with the known prints.
We
and
all love each other.
identified,
We don't have
this
to talk about
latent print
politics
to the
and
right
ruin that.
thumb of tote.
And you said 55-8 you determined did not have value to you?
Yeah, LW,
Correct.
I think it was
What does
right.
that mean?
Well, it was
So
3 years ago, I
when
think. So
evaluated
it was
the
still
information that was
COVID
present on the
sensitive,
latent
you know?
print. Either there were no latent prints present, or there was not enough
Don't worry,
information,
Dorgan,
or the
there
information
isn't.
was of too poor quality to conduct a comparison with.
Next, let's talk about 55-3. Did you have other latent cards that correlated with the item of evidence from 55-3?
Exactly. Only if we're making fun of people.
So the description on the back of 55-3 matched one other card in the case.
What's the other card number?
The other card number was 55-7.
And where do these...
We could. I don't know.
latent
I
prints-
that's what. So let me know what. I mean, this is very dry. Should we get right to the good stuff of this trial, or do we want to? You know. What do we think? Anything specific that anyone wants to see before we get to the defendant's testimony? Yeah, LW, I'm getting the flu shot tomorrow because I never get it, but oh, well, people are still giving you a hard time, Route Irish? I know, Dorgan. That's why we don't try not to talk about it. Yeah, I know what you want, Margarita. I'm trying to ask the other people. Okay. Miss Cricket wants the good stuff. All right. Just checking because the other night we had a kind of like a mixed. Yeah, it's true. I mean, this one is really kind of boring, but we were kind of chatting, so. Okay. body cam video. Here we go.
Detective Miller, we're just going to have you come over to the witness stand. We'll swear you in front of the jury for the day. We will bring you back in to the courtroom. Defense's case in chief. Thanks. We'll be in recess for half an hour.
Thank you, Judge.
Half an hour. We just got here.
When there is evidence that a crime has been committed. The defendant was found in a house with 4 decomposing bodies and a decomposing animal. The defendant then made statements to law enforcement about how the death occurred. There is equal evidence to support that the state has met the corpus requirement in this case. And the medical examiner testified that the cause of death in each of the children, as well as Megan, was homicidal violence by unspecified means with recognizing toxicity. This is
Yeah, Gigi.
All rise, the jury.
We didn't miss it. We'll get there. Oh, well, no, I mean,
Defense, you
in
call the
that,
first witness?
yeah.
You're gonna recall Anthony.
She'll say it again. Kind of.
You
want just cross?
Swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at the hand.
Please.
I hate him.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Tote,
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Tote, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Tote. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
And were you in fact married to Megan Tote?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was
You're
high
right,
school,
Kelly. This
1992.
will make us lose
Where
our
was that?
appetites.
In Montville, Connecticut. Sorry.
Maybe.
Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did
Okay,
you
Miss
and Ms.
Cricket.
Tote- Well, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to that. I get hard to remember.
Yeah,
did you
Tanika.
become married, become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also
I hate
become a
him.
student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. She whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, She concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment, partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. When would you like me to continue?
Let me ask you one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just need to collect myself. Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which was, they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time, we used to go out to dinner all the time, we used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. West.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing, I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park, and she got hit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was, they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry, first, I apologize, let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, and trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed.
Yeah, I don't know why he
Very
didn't
much so.
move his practice.
That
The whole thing is, I don't remember the details there.
it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you've ever seen in your life. I swear her eyes could...
Yeah, he's a tough one, A to B.
So,
Yes.
did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in
She was
addition
a
to a
yoga.
physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman
Yeah, I'm aggravated. He
barely
really
holding on to
took one
90
for the
pounds.
team.
She couldn't keep weight on,
Yes.
couldn't breathe.
Yes, Joette.
Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. Arrest would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff. Saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, vented PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion. Okay, valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating.
It is. It's on 125. Should I put it back to normal? Let's see.
All irregular.
That was a good pause.
It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge and narrative.
Mr. Toot, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical
Let's watch that
therapy?
again, shall we?
I appreciate you asking that, sir.
Do you? You
20
asshole?
years in care, home care, and outpatient. She concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Oh, here we go. Did I fast forward or what did I do? Oh my God.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my
Did I go
master's degree of
too
science
far
in physical therapy.
forward or too far back? What did I do?
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was it in college or later?
Yeah.
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you
Yes,
familiar
Joette.
with
It is
medical
the guy
terms and
who
medical
killed his whole
procedures?
family.
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
He's a family annihilator.
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. She, whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient.
Dr. Evil.
She
Not
concentrated
Chris
most of her
Christie?
time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances
Yes,
that brought
for
your family
a few
to
weeks, I
Celebration?
believe.
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in
Suzanne,
Celebration
it happens to
as
the best
a
of us.
partial
Or the worst
investment,
of us, I'm not
partially
sure which.
primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was
Did
the
I go too
status
far
of
forward?
Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself.
Okay,
Megan had
relax.
initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which was, they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system.
Yeah,
all
he
depending
does, and this is
what
on regular speed.
research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as
Thank you, just me.
mitral valve
Good.
prolapse
Thanks, Margarita.
and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias. At which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. West.
Try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry. First, I apologize. Let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was
Kim.
just totally enlarged,
I'm
trouble
sorry.
breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that
what, you
it was
asshole?
malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes
Malfunctioning is
were,
putting it lightly?
at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you ever seen in your life.
I
I
hate
swear
this
her
guy.
eyes could.
Mr. Toe,
Yes.
did there come a time then on that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Yeah, he knows everything,
Most definitely.
DG.
My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above.
Yeah.
EKGs, all that kind of stuff. Saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, vented PVCs, which is basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion. Okay, valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her chambers were beating all irregular.
This guy wants so badly to convince everyone that he's a medical professional and a physician. Any one of us could say this better.
It was basically.
And we wouldn't be so
four wheels of a
stupid enough
car.
to try. I mean, come on.
narrative system.
Mr. Toad, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in a hospital, case review of charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background.
Thank you for that background.
As your wife continued with her health issues,
Good.
what was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally
Also his grammar is terrible. Dandy, the most fluorescent you've ever seen, that's a medical term. You wouldn't understand it, obviously.
we were best friends.
Lucky
As
her.
dating,
You're a great friend.
we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married.
That poor woman.
Her family was my family. Okay?
That poor family.
Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were. Okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from...
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife...
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking about.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
Do you and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Catholic Church?
Welcome to the Sexy People
Catholic Church and
Beaches.
continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church.
Yes.
However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family...
Oh, really? Thank you, Tanika,
Megan
for the gifted memberships.
Religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med.
Yeah.
That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative. Or she went more alternative, I should say. Because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church, and her progression of her religion through that religion and her following also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it, there was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple week out away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost the baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously affected me, but she went from this singing, humming, dancing person to to days that she didn't get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife? Or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
Unresponsive.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Wicks.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system
Since when?
is
without
the
getting
best
too
thing to keep
technical?
any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Tote, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her healthcare was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group would be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
The means of technology. Oh, thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings, and she shied away.
This is when she objects for hearsay, and he says no. But the way he says no is strange because it's almost like it's not like an utterance. I don't know. It's I can't figure out exactly what's going on there, other than of course the constant, which is he's a total asshole. You know. That's all. Oh shit. This time I remembered where I was, I think.
Before the birth of my first son,
Am I right or no?
in November of 2002. Her father hung himself. She was very close with her
far?
father. She was not
Or
close with her
no?
mom.
What'd I do? 154.
I was very
Thank
close
you.
with her father.
I thought it was
He was my
150.
cousin. He was one of my good friends. One of the few males I trusted.
Thank you. You're the best.
Lloyd about the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice. We lost the baby, and it affected her big time, and obviously affected me. But she went from this singing, humming. Lloyd about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
Thank you, Gigi. You're the best.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3
Yeah, that
children
was perfect,
yourself
'cause I thought it was.
with Megan,
Remember the
she
53
suffered
years.
miscarriages, is that right?
He is a real one.
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health, or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug.
I think you're right.
Before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it. There was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost the baby, and it affected her big time, and obviously affected me. But she went from this singing, humming, dancing person to not to days that she didn't get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife, or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow
this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect. I might.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Ward.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Tote, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her health care was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
The means of technology. Oh, thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me. Yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
What was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Talking about your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor, when I found out what happened, I puked. I cried. I was in total denial of what happened. I couldn't understand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her a good life, period. And I wanted her
Really?
to get help. I didn't
You
care.
call bullshit on that. Oh,
And work on shorter sentences.
okay. I'm still working on not losing where we were. Kelly says that she cares about shaving her legs, but not to the point where she would let a man do it for her. And I gotta say, there are other ways. Like, you can go get your legs waxed. I'd rather have a stranger. I mean, obviously. Like, I mean, it's true. Some people, obviously, if you're very sick and all kinds of things have to be done for you by someone else, and I get that. But I wouldn't even let Anthony Toad take my trash out. Not that he would. Well, Fletcher, he didn't think it would help his family, the high doses of Benadryl. He just thought that it would help him get rid of them, if you know what I mean. Disgusting. And while I have this moment, Kim Kalta, I'm very sorry about Oliver. But I'm sure he's had a very nice life. Oh God, 6 weeks. And an electric razor.
So that everyone can keep up, and I'll be,
My apologies, sir.
you're fine.
Shut up, you asshole. You're fine.
Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
Hey, detective.
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead.
No, you didn't, you fucking asshole.
It was the most horrible day of my life.
Really? I should hope so.
My wife died in front of me.
Have there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me.
Objection hearsay.
And
Just a sec, Mr. Toad. Response.
describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person if you can.
Thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted, purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple...
His job to clean the kitchen, my ass. Kelly says that facial hair is a different story because she doesn't want to Fu Manchu, basically. And, you know, in like Cosmopolitan, Glamour Mag, whatever it was, they would always ask celebrities, like, if you were stuck on a stranded island, if you were stranded on an island, what would be the products that you would want? And they'd always be like, this lip balm and this blah, 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 you know, bullshit. And I was like, these people are so fucking stupid. Vaseline and a goddamn tweezer, because let me tell you something. You want whoever's going to come rescue you to want to rescue you. You don't want to look like a werewolf or someone going through some kind of transition. You know? Into a werewolf. Yeah, she threw off his diet margarita because you saw his health. That's one of the things that he says that bothers me the most. And we'll hear it pretty soon here. Because you saw my health. Wow, not intentional. That's impressive because this might be the only time I don't want pie. Thank you, Just Me, for the support.
bluish, grapish, melted
Shut up!
pie, I guess you want to say, and a pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, at the kids' places on their plates.
That's good.
At that time, you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table,
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
and then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no.
Isn't
I
it
had gone
okay?
upstairs. Well, I had to, too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very abnormal having 3 kids. One 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old.
That 4-year-old little...
She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways.
Hey, Catherine.
Because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss and all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her.
Uncolored words to her. I just can't even with this guy. But I'm gonna, and we're gonna. And Fletcher, 3 facial hairs? What kind of fantasy world are you living in? Three facial hairs. Child's play.
I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday
Yeah.
where on the 15th, Cole
Yeah, at the
Miller
time.
and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture of my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, I don't even, that was the first time I saw that video.
A lisp he has.
I had no agenda consciously,
I like a lisp. I think it's adorable, but
but I can tell you, throughout my
you really gotta
relationship
be
with my
careful
wife,
to get away with it.
especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said until about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids
I
died.
hate this fucking guy.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
I mean, he thinks he's
After I
getting away
saw
with that.
everybody die, after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely, I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself
Pellet gun.
because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks
3
after
weeks.
the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them.
Me too, Gigi.
Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were
Diagnostic
additional
testing?
times. So 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No, no way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit or what
Takeaway.
happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy. Okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the other,
There you go.
the children's was just no different. It's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared. Okay?
Okay?
I fell asleep before I finished it entirely.
Why
The last thing of Benadryl, which I took, when going back and looking at the dates on whatever, it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills
Why?
of
What's so
Benadryl.
funny?
Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
They were so frustrated.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury,
Yeah.
there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
My babies.
You know, I always wanted the Princess Huffy. I never got it. My friend Samantha had it. She lived close to me in the Bronx. She got all the good shit. Anyway, point being, my father didn't kill me and the rest of my family, so Huffy be damned.
That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Polish, I think.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs
Hi, Claire.
or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize,
Sparkler Huffy. I don't
duvet
know.
cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was
No,
even a
GG.
dollhouse that we picked up for
I like that you said
my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent out, yes.
He loved his daughter, just me. She was his princess. He just had a funny way of showing it.
What could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
Yeah, Kevin.
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good.
Well, you were there, weren't you?
I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite.
Brightest fluorescent highlighter you've ever seen.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Collect yourself.
yeah. Collect yourself, you
Tissue
asshole.
or something. Sorry.
I hate him.
Deputies?
Well, Kevin Brady, I'm glad you asked. And I'm sure there's someone or a few people here who can explain it better than I can, but his defense is that he did not, well, he didn't kill his children. He killed his wife, but only because she begged him to. So, obviously, he's not guilty. Glad you asked. What's Jackie
Thanks, I
Anderson
appreciate
reading?
Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around?
Oh, is there a new call, Danielle? I need your back. Can you put the link for your backup channel, Danielle?
Sorry.
Do you remember the religious groups?
Yeah,
Sending
antifreeze. Anything would have
messages.
been better. LW.
And having,
Danielle, if you can't put the link in the thing,
sessions in
text it to
Megan's
me.
memory and, information back.
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Yeah, me too.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
I'm not great.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her.
Tito's is good.
Yeah,
there.
contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTime sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
From who?
They didn't
Correct.
tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it.
Tanika, I think he was worried that not everyone would see that he was crying, And I assume he's pretending he's blowing his nose or something. I don't know. But that's what I think. I think he finally got some kind of actual, like, nose running or something happening there that looked like he was actually crying in his mind. And so he tried to make as much of a show of it as he possibly could.
But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Hey, Jillian. Thank you,
So-
Bethany.
Did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Danielle. I haven't even, I couldn't find it the other day, and then some other
Thank you,
things
Mr.
came
Wesley.
up, so I forgot about it. Yeah, Boo, I know. We addressed that earlier, and we're not going to talk about it again.
Now cross-examination.
Yeah, Dorgan. And he got charged for it, which is one of the only reasons that I can even talk about this case. Me
In
too,
December of
Gigi.
2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate
I love
issues,
this
breathing
plan.
issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive, please?
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hit it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct?
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices.
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I told you before, the diagnosis,
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine, thank you.
After
Thank you, ma'am.
she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Yeah.
Which time?
I
The
hate
first
him.
time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with
Oh, I
Lyme
love
disease as a
mushrooms.
teen
It's
or in
too bad.
2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth.
Okay.
You got diagnosed initially beforehand.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish,
I
ma'am.
don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously, every day, for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain.
I
so that we
hate
can get her to the regular doctor.
This is horrible.
She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving. Forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope, there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxation that, my apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under. Different
of all,
things I would go to
where do I
school
start
for, or continuing ed for.
Manual therapy in which I was trained under makes no sense. It would either be manual therapy under which I was trained, right? Or manual therapy in which I was trained. But even that, none of that even sounds. I mean, just. Okay, I'm going to try, people, because I want to see that again. And what he's about to launch into is my favorite part, because he tries to sound all medical and, you know.
She needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt, who helped finance her, and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary.
What?
She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assistant
Not a
help?
sentence.
At what point?
In here.
After a year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016, she
Hi,
came
Paul.
down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
Yeah, he's horrible.
So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through the couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned a couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in
Did I
Connecticut, that's
go
correct.
to, did I not go behind, back?
Isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up
Making
to
fun of
Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land, and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things were bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall, my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed, and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Session
there was...
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a
I did,
practicing
Suzanne, I got
Catholic.
pizza. Did you?
I am a
get
practice
food?
Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian based and migrated to more Christian based. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time,
What did I do? Did I go too far back, or I just don't want to? I don't care if I went too far back, but I don't want to go forward and miss stuff because I was trying to get to that part that we were just at when I had to mess everything up.
did Megan, and
apologize
I'm asking
again.
for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you, and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well, let
When
me-
did she do that?
Let me
His church
correct
is
your
open to
chronology,
it.
if I may.
Peaches.
She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga
I'll just keep
certification,
it where it is, Jackie.
she got introduced
Thank
to
you.
this new gallery through one of the things. That was in,
When?
Gigi, I'm just leaving it. We're just
That
leaving
was
it.
in
We've all seen this
2009.
before, most of us.
after she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for one second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
Yeah, good question, Gigi.
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take
love
the
you too,
opportunity
Jackie.
to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner.
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner
Good
before you
point,
left?
Peaches.
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
You said it was
Yeah,
your job
this
to
is
clean the
forever.
kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away, there's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook, we had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
what's it called, hummus toast. Or they
Okay.
had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry, or you?
I had a shake, I wasn't gonna eat at the time, no.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
Well done, asshole.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one,
Okay. And that was the red van?
yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say, 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm gonna sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys
Yeah,
and that kind of
Gigi.
stuff.
That's,
What kind of stuff did you have in the
Chad is-
condo?
We have a whole second
YouTube does
residence
that.
there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't gonna carry, so I was gonna put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005,
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
the condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full time?
October of 2000. Oh, 2005,
What do you mean?
yeah.
Did you ever live at the condo full time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes,
When?
full-time, as in after selling the house.
Oh, yeah, Tanika,
I
I
think
would
we sold
love
the
for
house
you
in
to cover some
2017 or
Diane Downs.
2018 in Connecticut. So my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, and she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you
don't
rented
need
the
help,
condo,
Suzanne.
did you leave it fully furnished or did you
It's
have renters
normal.
furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that
weren't,
stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the
Diane.
condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No,
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys, I'm like, did you guys forget something? And they looked under the basketball hoop and they're like, oh, the van was locked. The tools are there. So we wrestled a little bit and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here? Hour and a half? I don't know.
This
Was
guy,
it still sunny out
Yeah.
when you left?
I think,
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay.
like much. I mean,
About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some
Right,
nights at 7.
Tanika.
It all depended.
Okay,
And also,
is
he
it
didn't-
fair to say
I
that
mean,
you
a lot of
probably,
reasons.
the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had
He
a
also
later night
wasn't-
snack.
Okay.
committing
So,
insurance fraud.
what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. You know, I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage. Because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said
I haven't
I
seen
would take the opportunity
Skank Hunter in
to
a
go
while.
put together my
Speaking
bike,
of
or my
names.
daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, you know, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay. So, how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's, what I call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay. So you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van? What do you do with the van?
I realized that the phone, when I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod, that was lacking the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest, because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay. So how long were you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
Is it a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
That's what
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
So how long were you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another
Agreed.
and went back to sleep. It was not on current. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids to school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there.
Bitches.
Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for
In the
her.
doghouse.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
Hey, Jennifer.
So after,
You're
do you
correct.
drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back.
I'm okay,
Obviously,
Miss-
I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever
Cricket
in
Wild,
my
yeah,
hand.
that seem
So I
okay.
brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The
She
sun
had
is up, yes.
sisters, or a sister.
And which door of the house you
I
go
don't
into?
remember
Back
them
door.
testifying,
So
though.
you go in the back door and what do?
Go to pee. After I walked through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay. So you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay. I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs.
Oh, no,
to
I'm
the
fine.
bathroom.
The bathroom. What I testified was I went
Miss
to the bathroom
Cricket.
and went upstairs to meet my wife.
Mrs. Cricket.
So at what point did she come to the
Thank
top
you
of the
for
stairs
asking.
then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So, were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library
Todd's
not
Toad's face
close
is the
to
bad
the
news.
stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the
He would
doors
throw a
to the
punch if he
library?
could.
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's
Suzanne.
demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay, and what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydra Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in, and she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, I'm sorry I'm late. Asked her
Okay,
where the
so
kids
what
were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways. And I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay, and so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
Thank
And
you,
where's
Gigi.
Megan?
That's a huge compliment.
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or if she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Do you want the whole chain of events or do you want...
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
So I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
Little angel, Zoe.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with a pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It
Oh,
bounced
really,
off of
Gigi?
her.
That's interesting.
Okay. So
Primary
after you
bathroom.
discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did
He
it.
cannot
I was
talk.
trying to
He
close her
cannot
eyes.
talk.
Okay, so
Yeah, Jackie. Zoe's a...
where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was
You
standing
probably
in the
would,
doorway,
Claire.
talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a
Super nice,
direct
too.
charger. I had to have the engine on. The battery never charged.
Interesting.
And I also
Interesting.
found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged. And it was
Selena.
not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day the sun was up. That's all I know.
Okay.
And after you finish with Zoe,
Yeah, LW. That's right.
what do?
Pie sitting
Megan
there.
was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever,
Good
because
to
she
see
wanted
you,
me to
Selena.
believe what she was doing. brushed her out of the way, and I went to Alex's room.
No, he doesn't help.
And who was in Alex's room?
Alec.
Where was
Oh,
Tyler?
he has a really good
Tyler
explanation
was
for
found
that.
downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alex?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room? Or
Alex's room?
in Alec and Tyler's room?
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see
Can I
Alec,
curse?
do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually did the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay.
Really?
So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs.
He's so angry.
Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you
Hi,
immediately go
Derek.
into
Welcome
the library?
back.
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed.
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed of the pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back.
One of the similarities, him and Sarah Boone, is that they are convinced that their story makes sense and they're going to be, go home. But they are also both incredibly unlikable. They cannot help themselves but be who they are. It's just amazing.
Hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and then when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
You know, Derek, that's a good question.
And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what is it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
And I don't know.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's at that point standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of,
Yeah, Kelly.
we have metal glasses,
And stupid.
cups. She's had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already, and I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will
He's
do
a
whatever it
great
needs.
guy.
Please go to the hospital.
But guys-
Tell me where the phones are, because I'd asked her for the phones were initially, and she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay.
He's the best guy. Guys.
And this conversation is happening where
In the
in
master bedroom.
the master bedroom? Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this
Yeah,
conversation?
exactly.
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a
Imagine
garbage
how
bag.
disgusting that
In
place
which I
was
threw
by the time
the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the
they got
phones.
there.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of the, when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for phones, she was standing at the side of the bed,
On which side?
on her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand.
Okay. Where did you go?
Into the
Yeah, where
bathroom.
did you go?
So you're in the bathroom. Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all the place, in the closet and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones, you're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
Thank you, Danielle.
She's in the master
I mean,
bedroom.
thank you,
She's in the
Carolina.
master bedroom. So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to do
So
a
you're-
redirect, if I can figure out how to do it.
You can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her when I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know, a few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a
Our
balloon.
Jennifer,
You know, like you rub a
you are
balloon,
our
like a-
hero.
At which point, I poke my head out as they're coming out, and I see her laying on
Oh,
her
you
back.
didn't know who he was.
Stabbing
What's
herself.
happening?
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she
She's laying on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with a knife in her abdomen.
Hi, Deborah.
What color was the knife?
Did you
The
just
knife
get
was,
here?
the only knife
Or
that was
you-
there was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Yeah, Val.
right
Hi,
hand.
Val.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands were on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava." She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava."
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help? Yes
Yeah.
or no?
The answer is no.
Thank you.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I
Hi,
do?
Steph.
I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth
Can't,
off
I
with that gray
cannot.
pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone.
I'm sure it won't be
I thought
fun.
if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house.
We were talking about that, Jennifer.
We liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my
Bang job you did.
decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her.
I
I
bet
was
you.
trying to
I'm
convince
sure
her,
you did.
trying to
All the
soften
time.
her language, saying, obviously, the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing. some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions, and when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? The morning, what do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I left and came back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Okay. Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So, this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both
Yeah,
attendants.
just
They played their
Benadryl.
recital.
Okay. So, how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up, and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Ish.
Okay. So, did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went
Hey,
to
Margarita.
CVS for Benadryl.
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once. That I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I picked up food at Galumke one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks? In
In
Sarasota?
Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct. I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I
Hi,
don't remember
Joseph.
talking to the interview that day.
So You don't remember talking
Hi,
to the
Nancy girl.
detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so,
That's right.
you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
Yeah.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point
Kelly,
as well
save
to
yourself.
purchase a longer
Thank you
knife.
for joining us.
That's correct.
You did.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it
It's
after Megan's
complicated,
death.
friggin' Poe.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note
Thank you,
was
Kelly. You
essentially,
too.
I
Stay
didn't read
sexy.
this
That's the
note,
most important thing.
but from what I recall, it said we did it to the family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know, my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And
Yeah.
did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it, so I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errors in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
Yeah, I don't know, Selena. That's what
So-
I'm wondering about. Why he can't put a fucking sentence together like a
Was
person
this
who's
the
had
same
any
day that you
education
came
or
home?
been alive
No.
That
for
this
more than
note was,
5
that
minutes.
when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts,
Okay.
a Benadryl that I ended up
Please.
in the garage. I can't tell you, sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt,
It was in my black shorts.
in your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that don't fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. Those are the 2 dress shorts I had,
So how often did you wear them?
daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair, you saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored?
I actually edited, that's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair?
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there, my father-in-law that died in 2002, my aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So in your interviews,
Minus the facts.
you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video
It's gibberish.
that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your
Well, he
experience,
definitely does not like women.
people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that the fact, well, I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones. And I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only...
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one? Don't
Yes or
remember-
no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't
Yeah.
that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question?
That is what the video, yes, showed.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room. And Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who's the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
So you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So, next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well,
I
actually
went to the
not
library.
Tyler's room, you went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely, he was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
Yeah, I'll say.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is. But
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am.
Yes or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And
Hi,
you
cats or
actually told
dogs?
this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes.
Sickly.
It's
Dude,
an
you weigh
emotionally disturbed video
400
of me,
pounds.
yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I didn't tell you I assassinated
Here's
Kennedy.
my
Yeah,
question.
exactly, detective.
So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no, that
Yeah,
you
he's
and
not here,
Megan
right?
get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw,
There's no question.
you didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
What?
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had
That's a
to go
good question,
next,
Joette.
and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure.
Now,
Yes or no, the next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to
I
kill.
mean, he thinks this is a good idea. Like, he thinks that saying that, I don't know the rules of this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please? That's going to help him? I mean, does he understand what's happening here?
Kill herself, and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
Poor Breezy.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you tried to, you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
I know. It's
Which
just
point?
It's just crazy, though. Same
At
with
any point, did
Sarah,
you
but all
tell
of
law
them.
enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
When was Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11. And based upon your testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You don't,
Very good at that.
you
I
don't
don't think
remember?
he'd look any different if I put his lips on Christy's face. But
Do you
I'll
remember
try.
cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday?
Was that supposed to be a, a play on words,
And
detective?
I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Toth, who killed your family?
My wife kills her kids.
You were not involved.
Thank you. Mr. Tote, you may step down and join your attorneys at council table.
Thank you.
That was very clever, detective. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Please discontinue watching or reading any media reports or any information that you may receive outside of the courtroom. We will resume at 1:30 with the case. 1:30 this afternoon. Have a pleasant lunch. Thank you. Response? Thank you. Court finds that based on the evidence presented in the trial, the state has established to the level of a reasonable finder of fact the elements of each allegation against Mr. Tote when viewed in the light most favorable to the state and allowing a finder of fact to make all reasonable inferences. The court finds that the evidence elicited is sufficient to allow a reasonable trier of fact to infer guilt as to the allegations in the indictment to the level sufficient to sustain a conviction by reaching a conclusion to the exclusion of all other reasonable conclusions. The judgment of acquittal is denied as to all counts. Let's talk scheduling. We have a bit more work to do regarding jury instructions. I think.
So I just want to watch his statement to Tote, because I've talked about it before. When we're watching Sarah Boone, I always think about his statement to Tote because it so captures just, the devastation that these people are capable of. And yeah, I like his bow tie too. So let me see if I can find that, and then we're done with Tote for now. We'll watch his interrogation at some point, but not tonight. And after this, anyone who hasn't gone to Danielle's new channel, you can go over there. I'll put the link up again.
I don't think so.
Piano, they would go for years. They would go to convalescent homes and play. They were very much, I had so many neighbors in the condo tell me how wonderful the boys were and Megan was, and how the boys would babysit and walk their dogs when they were away. and they trusted them fully. Megan and the dog
Definitely,
and the
Jackie,
children
we're
would go
watching
on
that.
for several walks. And she was very much involved in the academy school that the children went to, and did lots and lots. She was a physical therapist too, and did lots of projects and how all the fingers work with the tendons. And she had made strings so they could see how our hands move for a learning experience. And, I got them a microscope because I'm a nurse, so they could see different things in the microscope. They were just fun-loving.
I don't remember the
all the
state of the
children,
victim.
I just have to say something about the communities that were affected. All the children in celebration that they played with, they had a beautiful
Are we interested in this
basketball
part?
group, which was
Hey, care for it?
donated to the children, and they're gonna make a little monument thing out of it. The children would ask their fathers, "Are you gonna kill me at some time? Do you think you're gonna kill me?" Because the children were, Megan's kids were just so fun-loving and giving and loved all their friends and they came to the house, they did all kinds of things together. Went in the little playground areas and climbed things and slid and played games. And that's a lot of trauma for a child to ask their father, "Are you gonna kill me too?" So they have to deal with those things.
Yes,
Now
other
that
children are
community,
asking their fathers.
he crushed my parents. To the children, my mother was the great-grandmother, and they just loved going over there. My mom is 95 years old, and,
People are living forever nowadays. I think what she's saying, she must be their teacher or someone who worked at the church with them or something. And what she's saying is that after this happened, the other children would ask their fathers, "Are you going to kill me one day too?" Like, everyone was so affected by this. Yeah. This part I don't remember seeing. Right. Exactly. It was confusing for a second there.
used to have things called girlfriend days, where it would be my mother, Megan, myself, and the kids, and we would say, "We're going out for the day, and we're gonna get shoes for all the kids, and we'll have lunch." But Megan would get called, and she goes, "Oh, that's Tony." And I said, "Don't worry about it, we're in the middle of a conversation." 5 minutes later, he would call back again.
Shocker.
And she said, "Oh my gosh." And then she would decline.
I never
And
heard
then
this
he
part.
called me over and over just to get a hold of us to see what we were doing, where we were. And I picked up my phone and I said, "Stop harassing us. We're having a girlfriend day. You'll be the first to know if we're having any trouble. You'll be the first one we call." So that we could enjoy our day. And April of 2019, I had a talk with Megan because Tony had put on tremendous amount of weight over, a short period of time. And I said, "Megan, I'm worried about Tony because he's put on so much weight. I would love to offer him to get ultrasounds of his carotids to make sure there's no blockage, and also of his heart and the coronary arteries to make sure there's not plaque or anything." And he always complained about his legs hurting. So I said, perhaps maybe he has a aortic aneurysm, which is like a weakening of the wall. Maybe he's not getting enough blood circulation. Because when he would sit down, he would just totally fall asleep. I hope I'm not boring you. But we loved Megan and the kids very, very much. And all I have is pictures and memories I can hold in my heart. And my parents miss them. And his
Parents are alive. They're
miss
like
them.
95 now.
And our families miss them very, very much. That's it, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb.
Thank you for
I
listening
wanted
to
to know
me.
more about how horrible Tony was to live with on the day-to-day, but,
Any additional
yeah, me too, Jackie.
survivor family statements? Does the defense care to give any statements prior to sentencing?
Do you want to address the court?
Of course he
You
does.
want to address the court, shall we come to the lectern?
He can address the court from counsel table. He's welcome to stand.
I think this is when we'll see, I believe it's now, not after the sentencing. His lawyer at one point has to tell him, like, bruh. But he doesn't, obviously. Doesn't.
This was a personal catastrophe in everybody's life and
We
my
missed
family,
him?
including
The
myself.
verdict? No, the
I
verdict, yeah, but we
maintain
didn't
my
miss
innocence.
the
I
judge
provided for my wife,
telling him what
did
else.
everything I could for my
Go
wife.
back to the verdict.
She was progressively sick over the years. There were days which were worse, days which
Maybe
were
that's
better.
what his lawyer told
She was kept on a pedestal from me. My kids I did everything for them. The weight
Yeah,
gain,
ain't
Ms.
it?
Kopko has said, was because I negated myself.
Should we go
2 to
back?
3 hours of sleep a night because I would be treating my wife, doing for my wife, flying back and forth. I appreciated her medical
Such an
concerns, and the reason why I would call so much is because Megan would have bad days, and I just needed to know she was okay.
Shut up.
It wasn't a control factor. It wasn't any kind of scoping things out or whatnot. It was my fear that she was, or my fear that something was wrong with her,
What happened?
and I just needed to hear her voice making sure she was okay.
She was? Hang on.
I love my wife. I love my children. I was not there the night my children died. The kids and my wife woke up. Sorry. The Friday before all this happened, we got in a disagreement, and I begged her to go get help because she screamed at my son because he didn't do the pot, clean the pot. He let it soak per my instructions. This has been a progressive history
Okay,
since the
there you are.
miscarriage. Her anger issues, her
I don't know
frustration
what
issues,
happened.
and it
Younger
was
is
directed
bothering
mostly
you
at
and
me.
making shit up.
And I took it. It's okay, because she held me partly responsible for getting her sick initially because I insisted she went to the hospital.
How do you know?
I told her after she finally decided to schedule a doctor's appointment on the Thursday after Thanksgiving. She canceled it. I found that out the night before. When she screamed at Tyler, the Friday the 13th, I told her that she has to the end of the month to see a doctor because she went to the alternative and spiritual and all this other route. Or I would get her aunt and my sister involved. After that,
Aw.
she once again held it quiet in public. Okay? She was very good at keeping it from the public. We went to the recital that they did for the convalescent home on the 13th. I was walking on eggshells. I don't like upsetting my wife.
Well, he does talk to dead people. You know?
My wife was primary and foremost in my life,
No.
especially after she got sick.
Is that why you called her every 5
Finally,
seconds?
whatever day it was, and I apologize, I do not have the days because I was on a winter break. I went up to her one night and said, listen, I haven't treated you in a couple days. Just allow me to treat you. Allow me to work on you. And I tried a couple different techniques. As I was working, she was worried about me not loving her anymore. And I told her, no, the footprints, remember the footprints poem? Sometimes you don't think I'm there, but I'm the one carrying you. I will do whatever you need to get ready. That's why I've supported you. She knew I didn't believe in this light
Did you
and
hear
this
what he just said about the
other
footsteps
religion that
thing?
she went into. But I supported her, because that's what a husband does. Everybody has a freedom to choose their own religions.
Yes,
Everybody has a freedom to choose their own acts. She fell asleep. very rested comfortably. I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs. Okay?
Thanks,
I,
Judge Carson doesn't have the authority to overturn the judge's
no, I understand, but I need to let him know that everything was okay when she woke up the next morning. I kept the kids out there to keep outside, to keep her nice and stress-free. That's the only reason I left to go to the condo that night, because everything was good and there was an opportunity to get things done. As Ms. Kopko said,
Yes,
I fell
yes,
asleep at
Derek, he
a drop
did.
of a hat.
And
I have this
Derek
weight
will-
off my shoulders that my wife was feeling great. I went to charge the phone, and I fell asleep. I woke up afraid to be on eggshells or the doghouse again because we just reconciled. I ran back
was it-
because I
was
could
it
not
Rhode
get the
Irish?
car started.
See?
It turns out my
That's what
seat was
happens
too
when
far
you
back.
made him into a mom.
And after that, everything
Proposed?
happened. I lived nothing but a nightmare.
Went gay.
Every single suicide
Now you
attempt,
block
every
him.
single nightmare would come out. I relived every nightmare, would wake up and would see, I was like, oh, that's a nightmare. Would see my family dead. I progressively tried to kill myself over and over and over again because I wanted to be with them. This altar they speak of
Exactly.
was a homeschooling project from the week prior.
Shut up!
That's all that was. There was no religious seance or anything whatsoever. It was nothing but a homeschooling project that made my wife happy because we were talking about Egyptian pharaoh and pyramids. That's all we were talking about and what they bring in the afterlife.
Was he doing it over and over again?
So,
He's
This is not
busy.
helping you from this progress on, so I encourage you to.
I'm sorry. I love my wife. I love my kids. They were first and foremost in my life. I did not do this.
Yes, you did.
I provided for my wife, provided for my kids, did everything I could. I understand the jury came back. I understand evidence wasn't heard. I don't remember that time, from the time I fell down the stairs to the time I woke up in the jail. I love my kids.
Hey, Allie.
I love my kids every day.
Welcome.
It's only recently that I just
This is
stopped
actually
crying
people.
myself to sleep. My kids and my wife were everything to me. They were the center of my universe. When I came home, I was shattered. I appreciate you listening to me, sir, and I know you're in your situation. I did not do this. Thank you for listening to me, sir.
Any additional witness or
You had no choice,
testimony?
you asshole.
Yes, sir, Judge Carson.
Thank you. Court has been present during the presentation of evidence throughout the entirety of the trial. A jury has unanimously determined, after listening to the evidence presented, that you, Anthony John Todt, are a destroyer of worlds, that you destroyed the world of your 4-year-old daughter, Zoe Elizabeth Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 10-year-old son, Tyler John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 13-year-old son, Alexander John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your wife, Megan Denise Todt. The jury has unanimously determined that you murdered each of them with premeditation based on the evidence presented in this room. As to count 1, first-degree murder of Zoe Elizabeth Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 2, for the premeditated murder of your son, Alexander John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 3, for the premeditated murder of your son, Tyler John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. As to count 4, for the premeditated murder of your wife, Megan Denise Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. Not one of those lives was less valuable than the others. Those sentences will be imposed consecutively. You will be adjudicated guilty as to each count. For the murder of the family dog, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to the maximum sentence consecutive, which is 1 year in the county jail. You will get credit for any time that you have already served. Madam Clerk?
319 days.
Any costs will be reduced to judgment. The court will order restitution, reserve as to amount pursuant to statute. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal this judgment and sentence. If you wish to do so, you must do it in writing. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You will be transferred to the Department of Corrections to serve your sentence. Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, defense, at this time?
No, Your Honor.
That will conclude the trial and sentencing process. The State of Florida versus Anthony John TODT has concluded.
A destroyer of worlds. So terrible. Yeah, we are focusing on that video. So, let me see if I still have it. Yeah. Oh wait, that's Danielle's Patreon, which I'll put up here now. But is Carolina here? Carolina, where's the call? Is that on her other channel? Is that it? Like, I need help. So we can go check out Danielle. Proud Irish, why are you so angry? I don't understand. Thank you, Carolina. Oh, so is it on Patreon, the call? All right, let's go check it out. Yeah, she's got another Sarah call. Hang on, let me pin this. I can't redirect without probably fucking everything up. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you for hanging out. And yeah, he's exhausting. He's horrible. And I'll see you over at Patreon, where I've never been, I don't think. So this should be interesting. See you guys soon. Thanks, everyone. Bye.